required, see what is expected of us then. Right. So the first part of our question, it says, for each question below, clearly show all your calculations. When necessary, also indicate irrelevant amounts with a zero and ignore time value of money and all tax implications. Right. With reference to the information under extract from the business case for SF Winery, section 1 above, draft a memorandum to the management of SF wherein you recommend and motivate. All right, so you have two requires there. There's recommend and motivate for the most appropriate costing system that SF Winery should use for the allocation of production cost of SWW and GJ. Calculations are not required, and other costing systems that are not considered appropriate should not be addressed. Your motivation using information provided must incorporate a discussion of points from the information that supports your recommendation, an outline of the cost accounting treatment of the different products outlined in the extract from the business case for SF Winery, identification of possible methods for allocating costs to SWW and GJ, and a reference to supporting figures from the information when necessary. Motivation 10 marks, recommendation 1 mark, and layout 2 marks. All right, before we go anywhere, if you check the test that you guys wrote, all right, I'm not sure which test number it was, but I think it was some around June, if I'm not mistaken. You're right. I remember they asked you a similar question to this one. You're right. There was a question which they did ask you guys to say identify. Also, you need to identify the system that is being used there. You're right. If I recall correctly, come again. Oh, okay. So if I recall correctly, right, if I recall correctly, some guys who even shared their script with me. They had ABC as their costing accounting system, and we did explain that that system was not correct. All right, we said we use ABC when you're allocating fixed overheads. All right, that is the only time that we used ABC. It is a method that we use to allocate fixed overheads. All right. So the best way that you could have answered this question, all right, guys, think of the methods that you have in respect to allocation, or think of the topics that you did study. All right. Of course, you did ABC. All right. You need to understand, where do you use the ABC method? All right. So now we have touched on to say, okay, ABC, we use it when we're allocating what? When you're actually allocating fixed overheads, right? Remember, we said back then they used to use traditional methods to allocate fixed overheads, but because now there's lots of activities involved in production, that is why we're now using the ABC method. So automatically ABC was out. All right. So you see, in terms of your thinking process now, you know that, okay, the ABC method is out. All right. Process costing. All right. We both know that with process costing, you use it when you have identical products. That's when you use process costing. All right. So automatically process costing was also out. Right. What are you left with? You're left with joint and byproducts. All right, that was the method that you're left with. But anyways, we'll touch into that just now. And then B, it says with regards to irrigation cost estimation for SF Winery, determine the expected annual irrigation costs for each of the two given options and recommend the most financially viable option of the two for SF winery water supply requirements. Your analysis should be based on the first year of operations only. To assume that SF winery chooses the municipality supplied water option, discuss 4 factors that could affect the accuracy at which SF winery can estimate the expected irrigation costs. Right, and then C, after an assessment of SF bottling business case, MBC made the following recommendation to encourage goal congruence. Minimum transfer pricing principles should be utilized to determine a unit transfer price regarding the transfer of all the bottles required by SF1 from SF bottling. From SF bottling perspective, critically evaluate and subsequently conclude whether the recommendation by MBC to adopt the minimum transfer pricing principles as opposed to the currently proposed transfer pricing represent a sound financial recommendation. Support your evaluation and conclusion with relevant and necessary calculations. Supporting calculations, 7 marks, evaluation and conclusion, 3 marks. D, for question 1D1 only. Assume that instead of 960 bottles, SF Bottling's manual annual manufacturing capacity is 1,200,000 bottles, and that the 6,000 expected annual cost for the JIT technique is correct. From a quantitative perspective only, advise SF Bottling whether the proposed recommendation and view by MBC regarding changes to the inventory wooden crates management technique is appropriate from a financial perspective. Calculation 7 marks, advice 1 mark. Without reference to quantitative aspects, identify and explain 2 features from the scenario to motivate for JIT as the most appropriate inventory management technique for the wooden crates. Right. So Andy is saying she can't hear me. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. So
Yeah,
possibly, maybe, oh, I see it's here. So Luke and Andy, so definitely they can't hear me because of their audio. Right. So I think they just need to log out. Right, cool guys. So basically those are the scenarios that we have there. Let's quickly go to the scenario, we'll run through it, and then we can start answering our questions there. Right. Stellenbosch family, SF, owns a 25-hectare piece of prime land that is considered suitable for both agriculture and residential purposes. Currently, only 2 of these 25 hectares are in use and primarily for residential dwelling. SF has now decided to make productive use of the land and will soon establish a wine juice making group comprising of 2 major operating companies. SF has also consulted with Mark Kingsley, business consultant, MBC, a leading business consulting firm, to assist with its business case. Companies within the SF group will adopt the absorption costing method and the first in, first out method for inventory valuation. Right, perfect. And then we have extract from the business case for SF Winery. One of the group companies to be formed is SF Winery, whose operation will consist of a vineyard where white grapes will be produced, wine cellars and juice tanks wherein white grapes will be processed and subsequently fermented to produce a semi-sweet white wine, SWW, and white grape juice, GJ. In each financial year, SF Winery will have 1 harvest period with an expected average yield of 600 tons of white grapes amongst others. The cost relating to the process of wine and the juice making include soil preparation, seed cost, seed planting cost, irrigation cost, pest control cost, farm labor cost, harvesting cost, and quality inspection cost. After a quality inspection, the grading process after harvest, grapes are separated into 3 grades, namely grade A, 80% of the harvest, grade B, 16% of the harvest, grade C, 4% of the harvest. Only grade A grapes will be fermented to produce the same sweet white wine. During the fermentation process, a small quantity of grade A grapes will result in a waste. This waste has no sales value and will be disregarded at a cost of 15 cents per kilogram. Thereafter, wine will be stored in barrels to mature and will only be bottled just before sale. The expected selling price to wine retailers is 65 rand per bottle of semi-sweet wine. Grade B grapes will be processed further to make grape juice, and cellulose and other organic compounds are added to the grape juice to give it a rich and a natural taste. Grape juice will be sold to a local retailer at 30 rand per liter. The annual production is expected to match the annual demand at 304 liters of semi-sweet white wine and 152 liters of white grape juice. Grade C will be sold to pig farmers at 4.50 per kilogram. Irrigation cost estimation for SF Winery. SF Winery is exploring the most cost-effective option for its water supply requirements, considering recent unstable water supply. In this regard, 2 options, municipality supplied water or bore supplied water, are available regarding the expected monthly average water requirements of 11,500 kiloliters. Upon inquiry from Morara Wines, a similar nearby winery, SF was able to obtain Morara Wines' municipal invoice as shown below. Right. Anyways, before we get there, I just want to show you guys the structure of the paper. All right. So this paper we're a little bit lacking, all right, in the sense that the information was continuous. All right, it was not, the information was not dependent on the other. What do I mean? If you take, for example, question, the required one, all right, the required one, they referred you to extract from the business case for SF Winery. There was actually a heading that referred us to the extract for the business case for SF Winery. All right. And then the next part, they also referred you to irrigation cost estimation. So which means to answer question 1, you had to pull the information from the heading extract from the business case. All right. And then the other one, part B, we had to use information under irrigation cost estimation and so forth and so forth. So that was in as much as there was lots of theory in this exam, but the good part, the information was not all over. You had to go to a certain section, that is where you had to pull through the answers. All right, in an MAC exam, especially the finance part, all right, which was question 2, most cases, the information will be all over. So you need to make sure that you read clearly, all right? You also need to make sure that when you're answering your questions, you highlight all the points that you need from the scenario. Right, but anyways, let's answer this part. And then since the information is not dependent on the other. All right, so it says with reference to the information under extract from the business case, draft a report to management of SF. Can you guys see? Layout, 2 marks. Layout of what? Layout of, here we're being asked to draft a report. So in terms of that, right, we need to make sure that we comply with that and we get all those easy marks. So we're doing a memorandum, let's get the marks for the memorandum. All right, so this is question 1, All right, let's just not waste time. Right, so question 1, part A. All right, right, memorandum. All right, so this is our memorandum. So we have two. So in terms of when you're writing a memorandum, you need to address it to someone. So in this question, the question is asking you, draft a memorandum to who? To the management of SF. Do you guys see that? So you write memorandum to management SF, right? And then you write from who? All right? Who are you? In this question, they do not necessarily inform us who we are. So you could have written UNISA student, from a consultant, whatever that you wanted to call yourself. All right, so from UNISA student. All right, or if you wanted to call yourself financial advisor, you could have done that. Right, and then you write your debt. What is your debt? So you can write any debt as well. All right, so we're just going to use today's date, 14 January 2023. Right. And then what is your subject? All right. Why are you writing this memorandum? All right. You need to tell them. All right. The question is asking you about the appropriate costing system that SF Winery should use. All right. So in this case, you write down your subject. Costing system SF should use to allocate production cost. All right. So you write that. So this is what will get you 2 easy marks. All right. In as much as we are saying there was lots of theory, but at the same time there was also 2 easy marks which you could have scooped there. Right. Then the next part, there was a recommendation which was 1 mark there. You had to do a recommendation. All right. By recommendation, you identify which method are you saying is the most appropriate. All right. So we did identify that they should actually use the joint and byproduct costing technique. All right. So you write down, all right, SF Winery. Right. So SF Winery should use joint and byproduct costing techniques. All right. So SF Winery should use joint and byproduct techniques. Now, the next thing now that we need to discuss is why are we using the joint and byproduct technique? All right. Why did we not choose ABC? Why did we not choose all the other methods? Right. Right. So Jovini is saying that is because grapes are harvested once, so raw products is 1 set of grapes. Right. Okay, let's see. Right. Yes, but let's go to the scenario and then see what is happening. So all the answers, they were actually there in the question, right? But like she mentioned there, right? Let's go and see with respect to the information to see where we getting all this stuff and so forth, right? But I see where she's coming from, right? So let's see. The first thing now that we need to discuss, all right, with respect to the byproducts, joint and byproduct, right? The first thing is, remember now, guys, all right, we are producing more than 1 product, all right? We're producing more than 1 product, all right? What are we producing? We're producing SWW. We're producing GJ, all right? and then we also produce grade C grapes. Let's see, where is that coming from? One of the group companies to be formed is SF Winery, whose operation will consist of a vineyard where white grapes will be produced, wine cellars and juice tanks, wherein white grapes will be processed and subsequently fermented to produce semi-sweet wine, SWW, and white grape juice, GJ. In each financial year, SF we have one harvest period with an expected average yield of 600 tons of white grapes. You guys see that. Amongst others, the cost relating to the process of wine and juice making includes soil preparation, seed cost, seed planting cost, irrigation, pest control, farm labor, harvesting, and inspection cost. After a quality inspection, the grading process after harvest, grapes are separated into 3 grades. Namely, grade A, that is 80% of the harvest, grade B, 16% of the harvest, and grade C, 4% of the harvest. Now, let's see what is happening with grade C. Can you see? Grade C will be sold, all right, to pig farmers at R4.50 per kilogram. All right. Now, how do we know that grade C, all right, is actually a byproduct? All right, so it's important that we understand what is happening with respect to this. But anyways, we're going to discuss that. All right, so let's look at this. All right, we have 3 products. Right, that is the first step why we are classifying it as joint and byproduct costing. Right. So we have more than one product is produced. Right, which is what we said it's SWW, GJ, and grade C. All right, grapes. These are the products that we are producing. So that is the first reason why we were classifying it as a joint and byproduct costing. All right, remember in joint and byproduct costing, we have the main products, all right, that we are producing, as well as a byproduct. What is a byproduct? A byproduct is something that we produce incidental. In other words, it is of no value, no significant value to us. All right, let's think of a company that that sells wood. Do you guys agree with me that there will be sawdust, all right, with respect to once we cut the wood, all right? In as much as the company could be selling the wood, they can also sell the sawdust, but it is small amount. So that would mean now the sawdust is actually a byproduct because it has insignificant value. That is the reason why, if you look at this, the grade C grapes, all right, they're actually being sold to the pig farmers. Why? Because they have a little value to us. All right. And then let's look what is the next thing with respect to this. All right, we started with the same raw materials. All right, remember with respect to joint and byproduct costing, the products, they're distinguishable, all right, or they're identifiable at the inspection point. All right, so it's important that we're also able to identify that. All right, so in terms of this, let's look at this point. And after a quality inspection, the grading process after harvest, grapes are separated into 3 grades: grade A, B, and grade C of the harvest. All right, and then so that is basically where we are. So we need to discuss though that the products are distinguishable at the end of the joint process. All right. So the products are distinguishable at the end of joint process. All right. After which they can be separated according to the grade. According to them. Right. So basically, that is where we are so far. All right. So let's discuss about joint products. Right. Which ones are joint products? We now need to discuss which one is a joint product and which one is a byproduct. All right. So what is the value? Remember, we did identify 3 products. All right. We have SWW and we have GJ, and then we also discussed that we have grade C. All right. So in terms of this, why do you guys think that SWW and GJ, we're going to classify them as joint products, right? Why? Right, let's quickly look at it, all right? So with respect to this, all right, we're manufacturing, we have white grapes, will be processed and subsequently fermented to produce semi-sweet white wine, SW, and white grape juice. You see, we have 2 products, all right? We have semi-sweet wine and GJ, all right? And then let's look at what is happening, all right? After quality inspection, the grading process after harvest, grapes are separated into 3 grades, namely grade A, 80% of harvest, grade B, 16% of harvest, and grade C, 4% of the harvest. So that is where we are. But it's important, in order for us to be able to identify a byproduct. Remember, we said a byproduct does not have much value. Let's see now what is the value of the other components. All right, can you see? Only grade A grapes will be fermented to produce semi-sweet white wine, which is what we discussed there. During fermentation process, more quantity of grade A grapes result in waste. This waste is no salt value. Yes, Isabel.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There is a message on the group. One person that's saying he's struggling to connect to something. Luke, it says I'm able to connect. There's no video, it's just show connecting. So I don't know if you maybe need to admit him.
He said, I didn't hear you clearly, Isabel. He said there's what?
There's a message on the group.
Yes.
No, that's saying it's Luke. It's saying morning, I'm unable to connect. There is no videos. It just shows connecting. So I don't know.
Oh, I think probably is the one who uses an iPhone now. I'm not sure there. But I right. Probably it's because of his network. But can someone just comment there just to check his network, right? The connection. That is the main reason why it says connecting. Probably his network is a little bit bad. So, or maybe you can use a different device, or maybe you can change the connection. If he's using a router, maybe try to be as close as possible to the router. Or if it's data, check if there's enough data, or check the connections.
Yeah, but it's not probably load shedding as well. Because of load shedding.
Yes, it's possible like that.
I'll do that.
Right, cool guys. All right. And then, so guys, we touched on that, right? So we said we want to discuss about the joint products, right? So in terms of this, how do we know which ones are joint products? We are able to tell which ones are joint products considering the selling prices, right? So let's quickly check what is the selling price of our product, right? This expected selling price to wine retailers is 65 Rand per bottle of semi-sweet wine, which is SWW. Can you see it? All right. Grade B grapes will be processed further to make grape juice, and cellulose and other organic compounds are added to the grape juice to give a rich and natural taste. Grape juice, which is GJ, will be sold to local retailers at 30 Rand per liter. Can you guys see? We have 65 Rand and then we have 30 Rand. The annual production is expected to match the annual demand at 304,000 liters of semi-sweet wine and 150 liters of white grape juice. Grade C will be sold to pig farmers at 450. Can you see? You're comparing 65, 30, and 4. Can you guys see the 4 Rand is actually insignificant? It is small value. So that is the reason why we are saying SWW and GJ are our joint products, right? Because they have a significant value, right? So in terms of that, the joint products, we have SWW and GJ will be considered the joint product. Right, as these products have a significant value relative to those amounts, right? And then, so that is where we are. And then we can also discuss that joint production cost will only be allocated to joint products. Right. And then after this, let's discuss about byproduct. Right. In terms of this, which one will be the byproduct there? You said grade C, right? Grade C grapes will be byproduct. All right. Is they have an insignificant or minor selling price. All right. And they are incidental. We're not, so in terms of this, the grape seed, we're not in the business of producing grade C grapes. It so happened that they're incidental. All right. We can't avoid it, but this is not part of our business. All right. So that is why we are calling them byproducts there. All right. So in terms of this, that is where we are. Any questions so far? Or is there anyone who feels lost there?
No, Ian, no questions.
All right. And then, so in terms of this, that is where we are. And then you can write down, remember, the question requires us to discuss a lot of things. So you can write down that joint, so the byproduct. Or we can have joint production cost are not allocated to byproducts. All right. And considering that grade C grapes have a sales value of So the sales value of grade C grapes is 450. Right. Right. A kilogram. All right. So here we have grade C will be sold to pig farmers at 450 per kilogram. Right. And then, so in terms of this, we can discuss what happens to the byproducts. Right. The net realizable value of the byproducts, we deduct it from the joint production cost, isn't it? Right. So in this case, we write the net realizable value. The net realizable value of grade C grapes would be deducted from the joint production cost. All right. So basically, that is how we deal with joint cost. All right. Any questions, guys? All right. All right. Cool, guys. And then, so basically, in terms of theory part, I think will be done there. And then, of course, the next part that they required us to do in terms of the points that they gave us, right? They also wanted us to look at methods of allocating the cost, all right? How are we going to allocate the cost to SW and GJ, right? So in terms of the methods of allocating cost, I think we have 3 methods that we use to allocate the cost, all right? So in terms of this, we have methods of allocating SWW and GJ, all right? Product cost. Right. So in terms of this, joint products. In terms of this, we have 3 methods that we use to do the allocation. Right. So we have one with what we call the physical measures method. All right. So we have the physical measures method. All right. So with respect to this, the physical measures method, it is we do the allocation based on the volume of output, right, of each product. So in terms of this, we do the allocation based on the volume or the output that we have there, right? So we can see here they're telling us that we are able to produce. We are producing 304 liters of semi-sweet and 152 liters of this, right? And then also here they're telling us that grade A, 80% of the harvest, right? Which is, and then grade B, which is 16%, right? So that is where we are as well, right? So in terms of this, we are going to allocate based on the output there, right? So they wanted us to explain this method as well, right? This method, right? Joint cost will be allocated, all right, on the basis of volume of output. All right, so we're going to allocate it based on the volume of output of each product. Right. In this case, we have our products SWW, which is said 80%, and GJ. %16% of the harvest. Right. And then So that is the first method, the physical measures method. Right, and then we have the other method that we use to allocate our joint cost. Right, we have the market value at split off point. Right, so in terms of this method, we also allocate basing on the market value at split off point. Right. Right. So in terms of this, we also determine the market values at the date of at the point of split off. Right? What are the market values of our products at that point? So that is what we use to do the allocation there. Right. So the joint cost will be allocated based on the estimated sales value at the split off point. All right. So in terms of this, we can do the allocation based on the sales value at the split off point. Right. And then the market values now. So we can have the market value to be used. Remember, there was one product which had to go through further processing. So with respect to the market value at split off point, we use the sales value of that product before further processing. So in other words, we are saying, what is the value of this product at the split off point? Right? If we decide to sell it on the split off point, how much are we going to fetch before we further process it? That is what the market value at split off point method imply. So we use the market value at the split off point there. Right? The market value to be used before further processing. Right, so the market value to be used before further processing. Right, and then what is the last method? Is it the last? I think we have 3 or 4. I think we have 4, right? There's the gross profit margin. Right. So the next method is the net realizable value. Right, we can also measure using the net realizable value. Right. So in terms of the net realizable value, right, this method is used to allocate joint cost based on the final selling prices less further processing cost. Right, I don't know if you guys can see the difference between the market value at split off point and the net realizable value. The net realizable value now, it takes into consideration the further processing cost, right? Whilst the market value at split off point does not consider that. Right, so that is the difference between these two methods. Right. Right, and then we have the last of the last, which is the constant gross profit. Gross profit margin. Right, so with respect to the constant gross profit margin, right, the costs are allocated based, we do the allocation, all right, in such a way that the products that we have, they yield the same gross profit percentage, not the same gross profit amount, but the same gross profit percentage. So in terms of this method, you do the allocation of your cost, all right? I can say proportionately, so that you yield the same gross profit margin on both products. All right. So joint cost will be allocated in such a way with SWW and GJ. We yield the sum gross profit percentage. All right, so that is with respect to that part there. All right, any questions there, guys? I'm sure you guys can see that I totally agree with you when you said there was lots of theory in the question. The first 13 marks, all right, it had a lot, all right? You had to write a lot. And if you so happen that you're not familiar with the topic, right, or it was far-fetched, you're required to think a little bit. Right. But what is my advice in the exam? Right? Regardless of whether you know this topic or not, always stick to your time. Right? It's important that you stick to the time which has been allocated to you. Right? So remember the exam, all right, you write for 3 hours. All right. In terms of this now, what does it mean? The fact that you're writing for 3 hours, it means you need to spend 1 minute, all right, 1.8 minutes, all right, per question, per mark, I mean. All right, so you need 1.8 minutes per mark. So if a question is 13 marks, you multiply by 1.8, all right, which means now you have to spend 1.8 times 13. So you had to spend about 25 minutes doing this question. Right. So that was 24 minutes. I mean, that was the time that you had to spend. You do not need to exceed that time. When you're done, you move on. Right. Cool, guys. Let's move on to the next part now. So the next part now, it says, with regard to irrigation cost estimation for SF winery, determine the expected annual irrigation costs for each of the 2 given options and recommend the most financially viable option of the 2 for SF winery water supply requirements. Your analysis should be based on the first year of operations only. Now, it's important that we understand what was required of us. All right, in terms of this, it's important before you answer a question, you need to understand which option are you taking. All right, and what calculation are you going to process there? So, with respect to this, all right, we're supposed to have an approach to see how are we going to be answering this question. So it was important that we have a proper approach, right, with respect to this question. Right. So in terms of this, let's quickly look now to see here the question is saying expected annual irrigation cost for each of the 2 options. So we need to determine which option is cheaper in terms of cost, right? That is the viable option, right? So the option that gives you the lowest cost is actually the cheaper. Guys, MAC wants you to be practical, right? You are a manager of a company, right? You want to make a decision. Which decision are you going to take, right, with respect to production? Now, are you going to choose an expensive option or are you going to choose a cheaper option? Right. So the first thing that you do with respect to MAC, you do an analysis based on quantitative factors. But quantitative factors we're basing on calculations. all right? And then after quantitative factors, you do an evaluation based on qualitative factors. What are qualitative factors? This is when you're considering other factors which are not monetary terms. Like for example, let's think, for example, guys, you want to start a business, all right? Maybe you want to sell vegetables. No, you want to sell meat. Or you need a supplier, all right, for meat. All right, you want a supplier for meat. Do you guys agree with me that the first thing that you do before you choose a supplier for meat is you evaluate to see, based on the available butcheries, all right, or the abattoirs, who is cheaper in terms of the sales of the meat? That is the first thing that you do, all right? And then the next thing, what do? You look at load shedding of these suppliers, all right? Who has a UPS, right? Who has a backup in terms of the load shedding, so that you know that you don't want a supplier who say there is load shedding, so today we're not able to supply you. So you look at those factors as well. So then you evaluate which one you're going to take. All right. So as a manager, in as much as one supplier could be more expensive, but does not automatically mean that you reject. Right? You first, based on quantitative terms, which is rand values, this supplier is expensive. But let's consider other factors as well. Right? That is where the qualitative factors now come in place. Right. Cool, guys. So let's go to the information and see what is expected of us. So they say determine the expected, okay, with regards to irrigation cost estimation for SF winery. Determine the expected annual irrigation costs for each of the two given options and recommend the most financially viable option. All right, so you guys can see that we are looking at the cheaper option. So want to go to the cheaper option. So where is that? Irrigation cost estimation for SF winery. So you start there. SF winery is exploring the most effective option for its water supply requirements, considering recent and stable water supply. In this regard, two options: municipality supplied water or borehole supplied water are available. So which means now you want to determine which one is cheaper between municipality supplied water and the borehole supplied water. That is the decision that you want to make. Right. Available regarding the expected monthly average water requirements of 11,500 kiloliters. All right, so this is average monthly requirement. Upon inquiry from Morara Wines, a similar nearby winery, SF was able to obtain Morara Wines municipal invoices shown below. All right. If the municipality supplied water option is considered, SF will use Morara Wines municipal invoice as a base for estimation irrigation cost. However, the municipality is soon expected to apply a 6% annual inflation increase on all its charges. Included in the total municipal charges below are fixed refuse and sanitation charges of 3,715 rand per month. You guys see that? Morara's municipal invoice reflected the following: September, October, November, December. So these are the invoices that we are sitting with. Right. So that is the first. This is option 2. Let's deal with option 1 for now. All right. Now, guys, what do we do with respect to option 1? Do you guys want to determine what are the costs for these municipal charges? What are the costs associated with municipal charges? So they gave us the cost like this. So September was that, the consumption was that, and then the total cost was that. And then until December. What do you do with respect to this? Now, can you guys see there is no consistency? So you produce 12,000 kiloliters, you pay 65,000. You produce 11,280, you pay 59. You produce 11,300, you pay 57. You produce 12,350, you pay 65. Can you see there is no stability? So the only way that you're able to tell this is you use what we call the high-low method. You know, so here they wanted you to use the high-low method to split your cost. You're right. So what are you supposed to do in respect to this? All right. You look at the highest production versus the lowest production. So that is why we call it the high-low method. All right. You look at the highest, at which point are you producing the most? All right. So in terms of this, you're producing the most at 12,500. All right. And
Okay,
which
yeah,
point?
luckily, yeah, sorry, please.
Yes, Isabel, yes.
More thing like that. Well, now here I can say I'm getting a little bit of points because I did that.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Isabel. So in terms of this question, with respect to this method, I have to be honest. It's one thing that I'm sure on third year you never did high-low method, did you? No, it's mostly on second year, right?
Yeah, but remember with UNISA, they were always like, yeah, that's presumed knowledge.
Yes, yes, yes.
Know it.
Yes, that's true. So it's one thing that you don't really do on third year, right? It's more focused. Of course, there's cost estimation, right? On third year, right? There's cost estimated, but we don't really dwell on it as much as we do on Mark 2601. So possibly if someone forgot their Mark 2601 knowledge, they were not able to break this one. But that was not the end of the world. There was other ways that you could have scooped some marks as well. But anyways, the first part, it was mainly on the most marks or on the high-low method, the cost estimation. Right. So the highest is 12,500 and then the lowest was 11,280. So you have to do your split of cost there. All right. So let's quickly see now what was expected of us there. Right. So we have expected irrigation cost. Right. So we need to do a calculation of the expected irrigation cost. So we have variable cost. Right. So in terms of the high-low, right? How do we calculate the variable cost with respect to the high-low method? Right. So we take the difference in cost divided by the difference in activity. All right. Remember, you took the highest and the lowest. So that is how you calculate your variable cost. So in terms of this, the difference in cost, you take 65,000 minus 59,510. Right, and then you divide that by the difference in your activity. You know, how much do you have in your activity? You have 12,500 and 11,280. Right, so that is what will give you your variable cost. All right, so 65,000 minus 59,510 divided by 12,500 minus 11,280. So this is, so 4.5, this was going to be your cost per unit. You know? So in terms of this, that was the first part that you're going to apply with respect to this. All right, and then you do your total fixed cost. All right, so how do you calculate your total fixed cost? You know, your total fixed cost is equal to total cost less variable cost. All right, that is how you calculate the total fixed cost. So in terms of this, you take any production level. All right, so in this case, let's just take the 65,000. You know, someone could have used 59, it's still fine. So let's take 65,000. So the total cost is 65,000 minus the variable cost. How much is our variable cost? We have 4.5 multiplied by the production. So we're producing 12,500 kiloliters. So 12,500. So this is what will give us our fixed cost. I don't know if you guys are still with me there. So it gives us 8750. So 8,750 would be our fixed cost based on the high-low method. All right. Now, we now have the fixed cost and the variable cost. All right. What is happening? Let's now answer the question. Right. The question wants us to do. Right. So the question is, why is the information about the sanitation given? All right. If we don't use it, we are definitely going to use it. Don't worry. All right. We're going to use the information on the sanitation. All right. Right. That's why I'm taking you back now to this question. So we have calculated our fixed cost. All right. We have calculated our variable cost. Now, the first thing is the question wants us to do expected annual irrigation cost. All right. Annual irrigation cost, which means these are irrigation for the whole year. All right. That is what they want us to do. So, and then in terms of this, what do we have? These are all right. So in this case, these are the costs. Can you guys see these costs we calculated are per month? That is why we have September, October, November, December. These are monthly costs, right? So which means we need to annualize them. Right. Before we go there, right? Before we go there, we have a lot of things that we need to do. One, can you see? However, the municipality is soon expected to apply a 6% annual inflation increase on all its charges. So which means now, let's work out water charges, all right, after increase. All right, we're going to increase these amounts. So our variable cost, the municipality is going to increase our variable cost by 6%. So we have 4.5. We then increase it by 6%. So multiply by 4.05. All right. So which will give us how much? So we have 4.05 multiplied by 1.06. So it means now our variable cost is going to be increased to 4.29. Right. And then total fixed cost. That is where now the question comes in. Right? We need to look at the total fixed cost to see what is happening there. In terms of the total fixed cost, we did our calculation of the total fixed cost. We saw 8750. But on this 8750, it includes the sanitation charges of 3,750 per month. You right? Remember, the question wants us to do the supply of. If you look at our question, they only want us to look at the irrigation cost, not the sanitation. We are only looking at the irrigation cost. So which means now the sanitation part of it has to be removed from our fixed cost. So what do we do? Total fixed cost. So we are going to take 8750 minus the sanitation. You know, so the sanitation, we said the sanitation is sitting at 3750. All right, we only need the irrigation cost. Then we increase it by inflation, which is 1.06. All right, and then we can also multiply by 12 to get the annual fixed cost. Remember, what we have is monthly fixed cost there. Any questions, guys?
No questions. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So basically that is where we are there. All right. So let's now deal now with the total cost. All right. So we have total fixed cost is this, total variable cost. I did break it down for you guys, but someone could have worked it as a once amount. You could have taken 4.5 times 1.06 times 12. It could give you the answer there at once. All right, so in this case, we have 4.29 multiplied by 12, right, to get the months, and then we multiply by the production. How much water are we requiring? We need 11,500 kiloliters. All right, remember variable cost is per unit. So in this case, we need a supply of 11,500 kiloliters. So we're going to multiply with 11,500. All right, so here we have 4.29 times 12 times 11,500. So it gives us that. And then our total municipality supplied water. So these are the costs that we're supposed to be sitting. Any questions, guys?
No, Lynn.
Sorry, actually, I had used 4.0, a wrong amount there. It's supposed to be 4.77. So here it's 4.5, I used 4.05. All right. Okay. So this will be your total municipality supplied water. Let's look at the next part. So bore supplied water. So one thing I noted about this question, actually this exam, all right? Remember I told you guys, okay, to the guys, of course, we used to attend the normal classes, that examiners, they want people who pass, all right? So, but at the same time, they'll differentiate between who's going to get a 90, who's going to get an 80, let's say who's going to get a distinction, and who's going to get a 60, and who's going to get a 50s, right? They differentiate the two. A good student, or let's say an average, someone with good exam technique, what were you going to do? Part one, I have to be honest with you, all right? Part one, it was, excuse me, not considering where you were, all right? It was not a part that you guys expected in the exam. So I can say the municipality supplied water was a difficult part of the exam, all right? Which would mean if they had allocated maybe 5 marks or 6 marks, all right, to that part, someone was going to get 1 or 2 with respect to that, all right? But this part, you're supposed to get as many marks as possible there. So this part was a little bit, it was a little bit okay, all right? The first part was difficult, yes, I agree, but this part was straightforward. Bore supplied water. Right, so with respect to bore supplied water, let's look into that. If the bore supplied water option is considered, SF will use one of the bores currently used for its residential needs. This bore was drilled 4 years ago at a cost of 3,000. So this is with respect to bore supplied water. So let's look at this. borehole drilling cost. How much do you include there? Anyone, guys? 0. Why? The borehole has already been drilled. So it's a sunk cost. All right? The borehole has already been drilled. So it's a sunk cost. All right? Remember, you want to make a decision whether you should use borehole supplied water or you should use the municipality water. But already the borehole has already been drilled for you, so that you don't have any cost. Yes, it's a sunk cost. So a sunk cost, it means it's a cost that has already been, it's irrelevant. It's already been paid up for. Right, does not affect our current decision. Well done. With this option, this borehole will be used to supply 40% of the irrigation water requirements for the grapes at a pumping cost of 2.60 per kiloliter. Can you guys see now? You're going to use the borehole, all right, at a cost of R2.60. All right. So in terms of this, you can see you have some irrigation cost. All right. Pumping cost R2.60. So you record pumping cost. All right. So you have R2.60 there. This is per what? Per kiloliter. Right? How many kiloliters do you need? You need kiloliters of 11,500. Do you guys see that? Right? These are the kiloliters that you need. Right? 11,500. But remember, your question is telling you that the borehole is going to supply you 40% of irrigation water. So you also multiply with 40%. You guys see that? Now, another factor that you had to consider was the 11,500 is a monthly average water requirements. Remember, you're doing annual water requirements. So you then multiply by 12. You guys see that? So I know you were in the exam, right? So some of these things, it was difficult to identify and so forth, but in the next coming exam, you should always watch out on those things as well. Right? Try to highlight and so forth. Right? So you get your pumping cost. You're looking at that part. All right. Let's proceed. The next part now is they're saying SF1 will be required to drill a second borehole from which the other 60%. Do you see? The first 40% of the water is coming from existing borehole. The 60% is coming from a new borehole. So can you see will be required to drill a second borehole? All right. 60% of the irrigation water requirements for the grapes will be pumped. The current drilling cost for a similar borehole is 45,000. Do you guys see that? You now need to drill a new borehole. However, as a repeat client, SF is entitled to a 5% drilling cost discount. This borehole will be used exclusively by SF Winery. Can you see? So in this case, we have borehole drilling cost. Is this one a sunk cost? No, it's not. Why? Because it's a cost that we have to pay for. All right. We can avoid, if we don't take this decision, we don't need to pay for this amount. But if we take this decision, we need to pay for it. So therefore, it's a relevant cost. It's not a sunk cost. All right. So it's 45,000. And then you multiply. Remember, you're entitled to a discount of 5%. So which means now you're not going to pay the full 45,000. You're going to remove the discount. So you can multiply with 95%. So that is what will give you your cost there. So your 45,000 multiplied by 95%. So that will be your cost there to drill. Right. So once you have drilled your borehole there, now let's look at the next part. New advanced drilling and pumping technology will make it possible to reduce the pumping cost for this borehole only to R1.80 per kiloliter. So in this case, we have pumping cost. All right. So the pumping cost now we are being told is 180. All right. So we multiplied by our capacity. We have 11,500. All right. We multiply by 12. Remember, the 11,500 is the kiloliters required per month. We multiply by 12 to make it annual. And then the second bore is supplying 60% of irrigation. So we also multiply with 60%. So in terms of the pumping, this is the part that was expected of us there. Like that. So this is what was expected of us in terms of the pumping. Any questions, guys? Right, let's move on. SF Winery would depreciate the bore at 5% per annum on a straight line basis. All right. So in this case, depreciation on right. So in this case, do we include depreciation? No, it's a non-cash. Remember, we're looking at cost. We want to choose which option to go with. So in terms of this, the depreciation on the bore is a non-cash, so we don't include it. All right, let's continue. The expected annual service cost will be 5,000 for existing bore. All right, so in terms of this, 70% resulting from domestic usage and 30% business usage. Can you see service cost? So in terms of this service cost, you're only worried about what? The business cost. You don't care about the domestic use. You're only worried about the business cost. So you take 5,000 times 30%. So that is how you're required to answer this part. All right. And then for the new bore, the service cost will be 3,000. All right. So in this case, the new bore or service cost. The service cost for the new bore, we are told is 3,000. Right. And then we have to set up the irrigation system to cover the entire farm. The associated costs are expected to be 87,000. All right. Once off payable upfront, regardless of the option. All right. So in this case, we have set up cost. We include the setup cost. All right. These ones now, we don't include them, all right, because they're incurred regardless of the option we take. Right. So alternatively, what one could have done with respect to that amount, if you wanted to include them, you could have included them here as well as on this option. Right, but usually when we're making a decision, right, costs that apply on both ends, we do not include them. Like for example, this setup cost, all right, regardless of whether we're using the municipal water or we're drilling the bore, we have to set up the irrigation system. So which means, remember, our point is we want to decide which option is cheaper than the other. All right, so which means setup of 87,000, it appears on both sides, so we do not include it there. All right, so we only include the cost that applies on one on each option. All right, it does not apply on the other option there. Okay, so you then do your totals there. All right, total for bore supplied water. All right, so in terms of this, our total for the borehole was going to be, so we're going to be sitting at this amount. All right, and then you make a conclusion. So you can see the municipal water is actually cheaper than the borehole supplied water. You know, so in this case, you make a conclusion. All right, regardless of your calculation. So what I always tell you guys, the conclusion, if you check in terms of this paper, there were marks which were also allocated for making a conclusion. No, it was not here, it was the first one. So in terms of this, for making a conclusion, that's a recommend, right? There will be marks which are actually allocated there. So regardless of your calculations, right, you need to keep going. Even if your calculations are incorrect, you'll get some part marks. So make a conclusion. Which option do you think is cheaper there? All right, so in this case, the most financially viable option would be which one is cheaper here? Municipality supplied water, right? $339. Oh, it's bore, sorry. Let's see. All right. Okay, thanks. All right, so it would be bore supplied water, as it is a cheaper option. All right, so in terms of this, that is actually a cheaper option, all right, with total cost of $339,810 compared to, so in this case, we have another cost of $721,860, right, for municipal water. Right, so you make a conclusion, right, and then you leave it like that. Right. So which challenges do you guys face in terms of this question? I know the first part you said there was theory, but this one, it was calculation. What challenges did you guys face there?
For me,
Yes.
it was spicy calculation.
Or it was the calculation part?
No, I didn't have any problems with this.
Oh, okay. All right. There were no challenges. Okay. Others? All right. Also, Genevieve is saying, I didn't do ILO, the rest was good. All right, perfect. Okay. So we can say question B was fairly done. All right. Is there anyone who want to comment? I'm not here to judge anyone, guys. Remember, we are here to learn. So the only way that we can learn is to correct our mistakes and we'll go forward. All right. That is what's important. All right. Is there anyone who faced a different challenge except the high-low and the, yeah, I think the high-low method? Yeah, cool. So basically, if you guys did not struggle much with this question, I'm happy, you know, but one thing that remains, like I always tell you, all right, this module or the examiners or the curriculum that you enrolled for, it tests character, all right? By the time you guys will be done with this degree, you'll be different people, all right? It tests character. It's not only about this MSc, but it's about your character. Are you the kind of person who gives up, all right? Remember the first part, it was not easy, if we are to be honest with each other, to be able to identify that you need the high-low method. It was difficult. I know the high-low method is easy, but to be able to identify that it was required here, it was not an easy part. So now it was a question of saying, you failed to identify or to do the calculation of the municipal cost. Did you give up or you moved on to do the calculation for the borehole? That is why I'm saying it is a test of character. So guys, in an exam, in as much as a question might be difficult, right? But there will always be somewhere that you can actually scoop marks. So don't give up, keep going. So think of it, someone did this calculation and possibly they did not do this calculation. But can you see which part has more marks? You can see here, there's lots of more marks compared to the first, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's like 7, all right? 7 marks that you could have scooped, and then 8 for the conclusion. So which means from the 13, if you did this calculation, you're going to get more than half of the question. So please don't give up. There's always ways to get marks. Okay. Let's look at the other part, right? So part 2, it says, assume that SF Winery chooses the municipality supplied water option. Discuss 4 factors that could affect the accuracy at which SF Winery can estimate the expected irrigation cost. Right. What do you guys think? All right. When you're discussing this type of a question, all right, they want you to discuss factors which could affect the accuracy at which SF Winery can estimate the expected irrigation cost. You look at this part, all right? The figures, how accurate are the amounts that they gave you, all right? So in terms of this, right, someone could have discussed that the company, remember these are estimates, all right? You're estimating to use 11,000 kiloliters. What if this estimate was incorrect? So the factor to consider, the company may consume more water quantities than estimated. All right, you write that down. All right, they're giving you to say this is the water consumption that you have. So the factors that you can look at is the company might consume more water quantities than estimated. All right. So in terms of this, remember we're estimating 11,500, but what if, all right, we consume more? All right. And then where else did you make an estimated? The municipality, whether we estimated that the municipality might increase with, its municipality cost must increase by 6%. All right. But in this case, this is an estimate. All right. These estimates, all right, the municipality cost might not increase by 6%. All right. So the increase in municipality cost might not be 6%. All right. Remember, accuracy. Are you saying the 6% increase is accurate or not? So we want to determine now. In this case, you want to determine or you want to explain, you know, that this increase might not be at 6%. All right. What else can we look at? Let's look at this. All right. So in terms of this, now these are the total fixed cost. All right. Can you see Morares municipal invoice reflected the following? Can you guys see, which means the fixed cost we worked here was for Morara. All right. So which means now, all right, the municipal cost for Morara can be different to that of SF. Remember here we told SF will use Morara's Wine's municipal invoice as a base for estimating irrigation cost. So in this case, remember municipality costs are not always the same for everyone. So here now, the cost might be different. So it's a factor that we can also discuss though. All right. So maybe the total fixed cost Well, SF might be different to those of Morel. So the fixed cost, they might be different. Right. What else do we have there? So in this case, we can also discuss the variable cost. Well, SL might be different to those of Morel. Remember, we did the high-low. Of course, you're able to correct this one if you had used the high-low method. You're right. Now, when we started the class, you're right, I did ask the guys, how was the exam, or which challenges did you face? Right? I think almost everyone mentioned that there was lots of theory, right? Which means we do not like theory. I'm also one person. I don't like theory questions, right? But at the end of the day, can you guys see on this calculation part, you did not get everything correct? Which means now this is where the theory parts come in. For each and every question, you should be able to get at least 50%. So if you don't like the calculation, that would mean that if you don't like the theorem, that would mean you have to get 100% on the calculation or 90% in order to compensate for the theory parts. But now, are you able to compensate that? That is a question. So please, guys, do questions on both theory and calculations. You need to love both, right? Cool. Can I give you guys a 5 minutes break before we move on to the next part? Right, I can call it a smoke break or a stretch break or maybe tea break. I don't know. Yeah. So then we can come back and look at the next part there. Right. So it's all right. So in terms of the next question, all right, we're looking at part C now. All right. So it says, after an assessment of SF bottling business case, MBC made the following recommendation: to encourage goal congruence, minimum transfer price principles should be utilized to determine a unit transfer price regarding the transfer of all the bottles required by SF Winery from SF bottling. All right. We should know by now that the main requirement of transfer pricing, all right, is goal congruence. Right. So let's discuss what is happening in terms of transfer pricing. Right. So transfer pricing, guys, we apply these principles, right, when we have departmental sales, right? So it is applied on departmental sales. So what is happening in terms of transfer pricing? We are saying departments or divisions, right, within an organization, they want to sell within each other. So what happens now is you will find that one division, right, like for example, the companies that does the assembling of cars, right? You might find that one division could be in the manufacturing of tires, right? Maybe they have a division that manufactures the tires. So you guys agree with me that the tires can be sold to external customers. By external, we're saying the guys who are outside the company or the division. You can sell your tires to that division, right? But at the same time, the manufacturing division can also sell their tires to the assembly division. All right. So in terms of this, that is what we call transfer pricing. They sell to the other division. So it will be manufacturing division selling to the assembling division. So in those cases, this is what gives rise to transfer pricing. And then go congruence. What is go congruence? Go congruence now is a pricing which you set so that all the divisions are able to make profits. All right. What do we mean? Remember now, the manufacturing division, they need to cover their overheads. All right. All right. So go congruence. All right, which is what they even quoted for us here. All right, here it is. All right. So in terms of go congruence, all right, pricing should be fair to all divisions in order for both divisions to break even or make a profit. All right, I'm sure you guys agree with me with the example that I gave you, that the manufacturing division, they also need to cover their cost. All right, remember, maybe they buy some raw materials from outsiders. So the only way that this division will be able to buy those materials is through the sales of their tires. So now when they sell to the internal division, they should fetch a price which allows them to be able to buy the raw materials. The same applies with the buying division. The buying division should be able to buy the tires at a price which is reasonable, so that when they sell to the external market, they'll also make a profit. So go congruence now, we are saying the price should be fair, right, to all divisions, all right? So in other words, it should not be too high or too low. That is what we mean by go congruence, all right? So in terms of transfer pricing, all right, let's just discuss with respect to minimum transfer price. What is happening? Now, minimum transfer pricing, guys, we are saying this is the minimum selling price that the selling division is willing to accept. So the selling division is only willing to accept this price. All right, that is what we call the minimum transfer price. Now, what happens now is the first rule in respect to minimum transfer pricing, all right, it should be a price which enables the selling division to cover the variable cost. All right, pricing which enable the selling division cover variable cost. All right, remember, the variable cost, we're talking about labor, raw materials, variable overheads. All right, so those costs, the division should be able to cover those costs. All right, and then the next thing now with respect to minimum transfer pricing, all right, the selling division, if it so happens that there is capacity constraints, all right, what are capacity constraints? There is a shortage of supply, all right, or shortfall of supply. What do we mean? In some cases, you find now that the division could be selling both to the outside market, all right, and then the internal market wants the internal division to sell to them. Let's say the manufacturing division, the one that manufactures tires, they're selling their tires to external market. All right, by external market, I'm referring to me and you guys. All right, we can be able to buy the tires then. Now, the assembling division, now needs the tires. All right. What it would mean now is the manufacturing division now, instead of supplying to the external market, they might cut the volumes that they are selling to the external market. And then they're now selling to the internal division. So what they'll do now is, in those cases, that we have what we call lost contribution. All right. Some books call it opportunity cost, all right? But we can call it lost contribution. All right. So lost contribution is when the other division, all right, the other division are actually sacrificed, right? Instead of making a profit from the external market, they sacrifice that profit and then they give it away to the internal division. So instead of being in that position, what they'll do now is the lost profit, they'll charge it on the pricing they're going to sell to the internal division. So that is what we call the lost contribution. So when you're calculating the minimum transfer pricing, all right, we always consider that part there. All right. So that is the part where we are. All right. That's the part that's where we are. So let's look at our equation to see what is happening. All right. Before we get there, step number one, when you're dealing with transfer pricing, determine if the division has enough capacity to supply both the internal market and external market. All right. So it's important. So that is the first thing that we need to determine. Before you do any calculation of transfer pricing, you first need to determine, do you have enough capacity to supply both the internal and the external markets? All right, so let's look at our question so that we're able to see what is happening there. All right. So, so after an assessment of SF's bottling business, all right? So here they're saying, from SF Bottling's perspective, critically evaluate subsequent and conclude whether the recommendation by MBC to adopt minimum transfer pricing principles as opposed to the currently proposed transfer price represent a sound financial recommendation. So let's quickly see where we are. So SF Bottling is here, right? One of the other companies that will set up SF Bottling, the company will manufacture and sell empty wine bottles to both SF Winery and external customers. Now, can you guys see? One of the other companies that will be set up is SF Bottling. The company will manufacture and sell empty wine bottles to both SF Winery and their external customer. Can you guys see? SF Bottling is another company, or we can call it another division within the group of SF Winery. Now, SF Bottling is selling to external customers and SF Winery, which means now there is principles of transfer pricing. SF Bottling, we have maximum capacity to manufacture 960 bottles annually. Can you guys see? So in terms of this part, all right, this is part, is it C, excuse me, part C, all right? So in terms of this maximum capacity, SF Bottling is maximum capacity, all right? They can only produce 960 bottles per year, right? This is what they can produce per year. Now you need to identify of this 960, how much is required by the external market, all right? The bottles come in standards, 750 millimeter size. although the expected annual demand for the bottles is 410 and 640 for SF winery and external customers. So your starting point is you look at the demand for external customers, all right? So external demand. All right, so the external market, they need 640. All right, this is the demand for the external market. Can you guys see that? So the external market needs this. So the difference between this is what we call excess capacity. So in other words, you can say, okay, from this, the excess now is what we have available for the internal division. Can you see excess capacity is 320? Now let's look at how much does the internal division require. Although the expected annual demand for the bottles is 410 and 640 for SF winery and external customer. Can you guys see SF winery needs 410 bottles. You know, so in terms of this SF winery, you know, SF winery requires 410 bottles. All right, which means now, can you see 410 is actually more than 320? All right, we have a capacity of 320, but now these guys are saying they need 410. So what are we going to do? From this 640, we're going to take some, all right, of this. So there's a shortfall. All right, there's a shortfall, there's a shortage. From the 410 that you need, we're only able to provide 410. So which means we have a shortage of 90,000. I want you guys to understand. The 90,000 bottles, all right, will be supplied from the external market. So what they will do now is, instead of going to sell to the external market 640 bottles, they're going to remove 90,000 from that market. But what they will do is, in as much as they're going to cut the 90,000 bottles, they're going to sell the 90,000 bottles are going to be sold at an external market price. All right, so which we call lost contribution. All right, the internal division, all right, does not want to be in a worse position. They want to maintain their contribution which they were getting through the self-external market. So what they'll do is the pricing which they are going to charge the internal division, it will be the variable cost, which we did touch on earlier on, plus this lost contribution. So that is the pricing which they are going to charge, or what we call the minimum transfer pricing. All right, so in terms of this, that is the part that we are looking at there. All right. So let's quickly see now, all right, with respect to this, let's quickly see what is happening there. All right. So let's calculate what we call lost contribution. All right, so because of this, we now need to calculate lost contribution. Right. Now, how do you calculate the lost contribution? Right, lost contribution. Now we're going to take external selling price. All right, what is the external selling price? The price that we're going to sell the bottles to the external market, less the cost to sell to the external market. All right, so it's external selling price less cost to sell to external market. All right, so let's look at this to see what is happening. All right. So the grape juice is packaged in recyclable 1 liter, 2 liter, and 5 liter containers, which are sourced externally and not from SF bottling. The manufacturing cost based on maximum manufacturing capacity are estimated as follows. Raw material cost per bottle for glass, all right? We have $5.50 direct labor cost per bottle at 45 Rand per hour is $4.50, all right? Total annual manufacturing overheads, all right? We have 2,448,000. Manufacturing overheads comprise variable and fixed components. Variable manufacturing overheads are 21 Rand per direct labor hour. Fixed manufacturing overheads are allocated based on the annual maximum manufacturing capacity. Right, so in terms of this, we have what? We don't have the selling prices yet as we're reading, but we have raw material cost, all right? So the cost to sell to external market, of course, we need to first buy the raw materials. All right, so we include the raw materials. Can you see this is a price per bottle? All right, so this is Rand per bottle, of course. And these are our cost, Rand per bottle, $5.50. Let's call it as a negative there. And then after raw materials, we have direct labor. This was given as well. All right, so we have direct labor. It was given there. All right, so our direct labor cost, we can see we are sitting at $4.50. All right, that was our direct labor cost. And then after that, all right, what else do we have? We have total annual manufacturing overheads give us that, right? So variable manufacturing overheads. So let's include variable manufacturing overheads. Right, so the variable manufacturing overheads, they're actually sitting at, they're sitting at 21 Rand per direct labor hour. Can you guys see the 21 Rand is not per bottle? All right, we need our cost to be per bottle, not per direct labor hour. All right, so can you see direct labor cost per bottle is 45 Rand per hour. All right, and then in terms of the labor, we are paying them 21 Rand per direct labor hour, which means now if the direct labor cost is 45 Rand per direct labor cost per bottle is 45 Rand per hour, and then here we are paying at 21 Rand per direct labor hour. How much are we paying there? So we're going to divide the 45, we divide it by the 21, so that we're able to get the variable cost per bottle. Right. So divide by 21, so it will give us this cost there. Right, and then after that, right, let's proceed now to the next part so that we're able to see what is happening there. Right, so we have that. And then after variable manufacturing cost, all right, let's look. Bottles will be sold to external customers packaged in a customer-made wooden crate just before sale. This crate holds 8 bottles and will always be packaged as such for bottle sales. All the crates will be bought from Bathokwa crates at a purchase price of 12 Rand per crate. Can you guys see? Now, we're going to be buying 8 bottles. We're buying them in crates, all right? But remember our question, all right? We're calculating the cost per bottle. So if we are paying, all right, so can you guys see, we are paying 12 Rand per crate, and the crate has 8 bottles. So what is the cost per bottle? So it will be 12 divided by 8. So this will be our cost per bottle, all right? So always remember, we are working with cost per bottle, all right? So always remember that, all right? SF Bottling has noted numerous complaints from Bathokwa's existing customers about the fragility of the crates. In the main, it is complained that unused crate inventory stored for an extended period frequently break beyond repair and in large volumes. All right. Internal cells will not be packaged in crates. So internal sales, we're going to touch on that. Currently, according to the SF group, to encourage gold conglomerates, SF bottling will sell transfer bottles to SF winery at a price that equal SF bottling's unit full manufacturing cost per bottle. However, the selling price will be 15 Rand per bottle to external customers. What does it mean? With the first statement, they're only telling you that SF, right, is going to sell to SF winery, right, at variable cost price. But to the external market, we're going to sell at 15.8. Right. And then we have, so in this case, that means the selling price, which we're looking for, right, external selling price is 15 Rand. 15. So that is the external selling price. Right, then let's move on. Moreover, SF bottling will incur delivery cost of 85 Rand per bottle sold to external customers. So in this case, we also have delivery cost. All right. So in terms of this, the delivery cost, all right, if we are to sell to the external market, we have delivery cost of 85 cents. Right? This is our cost. So which means how much contribution are we going to make through selling to the external market? Right? How much contribution are we going to make if we just sell to the external market? Can you guys see? We're going to make this 1 Rand. All right, so we can have it as 1.01. So this is the contribution per bottle on sale to external market. All right, if we decide to sell to the external market, for every bottle, we're going to make a profit of 1 Rand 1 cent. Do you guys see that? So that is how we deal with respect to this part. The crate, remember, a crate has 8 bottles, right? And we are buying a crate for 12 Rand. So what is the price per bottle? It will be 12 Rand divided by 8. Remember here we are working with the pricing per bottle, not per crate. So there is 12 crates. There is the 1 crate is 12 Rand, and the crate has 8 bottles. Right, that is why we had to divide them. Right. Cool, guys. So that's basically where we are. Now the next step now, right, that we might need to look at. Right, the next step that we might need to look at now, it might be to do the calculation now of, we might need to do the calculation of total lost contribution. All right, what is our total lost contribution? You know, so in terms of this, you know, we're going to lose 1.01 times what? These 90,000. Remember, this is what we're going to lose. We're not going to supply these bottles to the external market. So which means now we're going to lose this amount. The moment we decide, remember we said the 90,000, we're going to take it from the external market, right? In order to supply it to the internal market. So that is the loss that we are going to make there. I don't know if there's anyone who's lost so far. Right, anyone is still with me? All right. So now let's calculate lost contribution per unit. Right, so lost contribution per unit, right? We then take the total lost contribution, which is 909, divided by the total number of units to be supplied internally. All right, so SF Winery, how much are they demanding? They're demanding 410. So this is what is going to give us the lost contribution. Right, so it will be 2.21. It's 90. Right, so it's going to be 22 cents. Right, so we're going to lose 22 cents there. Right, so the lost contribution, we are sitting at 22 cents. Anyone who is lost, guys. So lost contribution per unit, you divide total loss contribution divided by the total units transferred internally or to SF. All right, I believe we are still at the same page, right? I assume that. Right, so the minimum transfer price now. Right, how much are you going to charge? The pricing that we're going to charge the internal division. Right, so the minimum transfer price now, right? It is going to be we're going to do the calculation. So it will be made up of variable cost plus lost contribution. All right, so this is what's going to give us the minimum transfer price. All right, so in terms of this, let's calculate the variable cost, all right, which is applicable to SF. All right. All right. So in terms of this now, the variable cost now, we are going to have raw materials, of course. What is the cost of raw materials? We did so out there. The cost of raw materials was 5.5. All right, that was the cost of raw material. And we also have direct labor. All right, remember the variable cost there, they have direct labor of 4.5. All right, and then we have variable manufacturing overheads. Right, so the variable manufacturing overheads we are looking at 214. Right. What about the credit and the delivery cost? Right. Now, if we are to sell to the internal division, right, we do not need to put the winery in the credit. Right, we just take the winery, then we give it to the other division. There's no need to bottle it in crates. Right, so that is a saving. So in this case, we do not include the bottling cost. 2, what about delivery cost? If we're selling to the internal division, we do not have delivery cost as well. Right, this is within the organization. Right, so maybe they're just coming from next door to the other, right? Or it's still within the same premises. So there's no delivery cost as well. So those we do not include when we're calculating our direct cost there. Right, and then we add lost contribution. Right, so in terms of this, our lost contribution, we saw that it was 0.22. So we then add it like that. So this is what will give us our minimum transfer price. Any questions, guys? Questions, guys?
Nothing from my side, yeah.
All right, others?
Yeah, because the others are really quick.
Right. Nothing. Okay, cool. So if there is nothing, that is still okay. All right, let's look at, so that is where we are in respect to the minimum transfer price. But let's see, what are they suggesting there? You know, remember the question, we need to understand what is the required there. All right. From SF bottling perspective, critically evaluate and subsequently conclude whether the recommendation by MBC to adopt minimum transfer pricing principles as opposed to the currently proposed transfer price represent a sound financial recommendation. So we need to compare two prices, minimum transfer pricing and the currently proposed price. So let's look at what is the currently proposed price there. Right. So in terms of this, all right, one of the other companies that SF will set up is SF Bottling. The company will manufacture and sell MT1 bottles to both SF winery and external customers. SF Bottling, we have maximum capacity to manufacture 916. Right. The bottles come in a standard 750 milliliters and so forth. All right, let's look at the proposed. All right. So currently, right, according to SF Group, to encourage goal congruence, SF Bottling will sell or transfer bottles to SF Winery at a price that equal SF Bottling's unit full manufacturing cost per bottle. So what does it mean by full manufacturing cost per bottle? It means now the full manufacturing cost, it includes variable cost and fixed cost. So that is what gives rise to full manufacturing cost. So you have variable cost and fixed cost. All right. So let's quickly see now to see what is happening there. All right. So in terms of this, all right, in terms of this, it's important that we understand. So the variable cost we already have, all right, but now we have total annual manufacturing overheads, which are sitting at 2,448,000. Right? So this is the total variable total annual manufacturing overheads. Right? So this total annual manufacturing overheads, it includes what? It includes both the variable cost and the fixed cost. So this cost includes both the variable cost and the fixed cost. So what we need to do is we need to split from this 2 million. We only need the fixed cost. Right. So what are we going to do? We are going to do the calculation. Option 2, which is the proposed option of full manufacturing cost or total. Let's say the other option encourages, we need to use full manufacturing cost. Right, proposed option of full manufacturing cost. Right, so what are we going to do in respect to that option? So we're going to do a calculation now in which we have our prices. So we have raw materials. All right, so raw material, it's given there as 5.5, and then you have direct labor. This is another option. So direct labor is 4.5. Then you have variable manufacturing overheads. All right, variable manufacturing overheads, they're sitting at 2.14. Right, and then the next one is fixed manufacturing overheads. Right, now, how are you going to calculate the fixed manufacturing overheads? So they gave you a total cost in respect to fixed manufacturing overheads, which is sitting at 2448. All right, so what we can do, we can take, let's do a separate calculator. Fixed manufacturing overheads. Fixed manufacturing overheads, all right? Total annual manufacturing overheads. All right, so with total annual manufacturing overheads, we're sitting at 2448. All right, so that is the total annual manufacturing overheads. And then let's deduct the variable cost, less variable manufacturing. Variable manufacturing overheads. So the variable manufacturing overheads, they'll be sitting at how much? So we did the calculation of variable manufacturing overhead. We said it was 2.14 times what is our capacity in respect to variable, in respect to the manufacturing of bottles. So we have a capacity of 960 there. So you use the total there. So in this case, you multiply with our capacity 960. All right, so we want to determine the value of fixed cost. So it's 2.14. Right, it gives us that. All right, so which means now the total fixed cost. So our total fixed cost could be this. So this will be our total fixed cost. And then we have fixed cost per unit. We then take 393,600 divided by the total capacity, which is 960. All right, so we have 393,600 divided by 960. All right, so it will give us 0.41. So in terms of this, the fixed cost, they are sitting at 0.41. So which means now our total cost, all right, the total cost, or what we can call full production cost. So we'll be sitting at this balance. All right, so we'll be looking at 12.55. Right, so this will be the 12.55, and then the minimum transfer price is 12.36. Now, can you guys see now? All right. So in terms of this, can you guys see the full production is encouraging to sell at 12.55, whilst the minimum transfer price is 12.36. What it means now is, it means our division, right, is no longer selling ink, or it's no longer achieving goal congruence. All right, the selling of 12.55 is actually above the minimum transfer price, which means it does not encourage goal congruence, which means the manufacturing department is actually making more profits at the expense of the other division, which is SF Winery. I don't know if you guys get the logic of where I'm coming from. Remember, we said minimum transfer price. This is the price that encourages goal congruence. All right, so selling at a price which is way above the minimum transfer price, it does not encourage goal congruence. Remember, goal congruence, we said this is a pricing which encourages both divisions to be making a profit. So in terms of this, if we sell 12.55, we're not encouraging goal congruence. So you make a conclusion there. All right, any questions, guys?
No, Lian.
Others? Okay. Cool. Let's proceed to the next part. So in terms of the next part, you're right, which is part D, right? It says for question 1D only, assume that instead of 960,000 portals. Right. So the there is a question here. So it says, so the question said critically evaluate. Is that the calculation and then the reason? All right, that's actually a good question though. You're right. Let's go back and see. All right. From SF Bodling's perspective, critically evaluate and subsequently conclude whether the recommendation by MBC to adopt the minimum transfer pricing principles as opposed to the currently proposed transfer pricing represent a sound recommendation. Support your evaluation and conclusion of the relevant and necessary calculations. Now, that is a good question. All right. So the question is saying, is it sound? All right, or what we have done, is it enough for us, or did we evaluate it? All right, enough. Now, what is to evaluate? We are required in this question, we're actually required, all right, to compare the two methods, all right? So that we're able to tell if there is co-congruence or not. All right, that is what we're required to do. So what did we do? So what one could have done, right, in terms of this, you could have assessed to say, co-congruence, right? The co-congruence is a pricing, right, which encourages, right, a first selling price in which both divisions will be making a profit. So in terms of this, co-congruence, we are saying is a pricing which encourages both divisions to be making a profit. Right, and then you start now. We need to compare the minimum transfer pricing and the full pricing. Then you do the calculation. Then the minimum transfer pricing is it, and then the full pricing is this. Right, and then you conclude, right, to state that the full pricing is actually higher than the minimum transfer pricing, which means now it does not encourage congruence. That is how you have evaluated. If you look at your question also, you can see that there is actually 7 marks from the calculation. And then there is 3 marks, which are actually coming from evaluation and conclusion, which means most of the part of this question, it was on calculation. And then if you check even on our calculation that we repeated, if you not, can you see this calculation, we repeated it, I don't know how many times, that we repeated it here, all right? We repeated it 3 times, I think. We also repeated it there, which means now they were not going to be awarding you marks on all these parts. Maybe they could have awarded you half mark, half mark, half mark. There was no calculation involved there. So that was going to give you 1.5. And then you get another mark there, and then half mark there. And then maybe you get another mark somewhere there. So that is how they were going to do the calculation. Right. Any questions, guys?
No, Leon.
Right, should we proceed now to the next part?
Yes.
Okay, good. So the next thing now that we need to look at now is the next question. So in terms of the next question, they're saying, for question D1, assume that instead of the 960,000 bottles, SF Bottling's maximum annual manufacturing capacity is 1,200,000 bottles, and that the 600 expected annual cost for the JIT technique is correct. From a quantitative perspective only, advise SF bottling whether the proposed recommendation and the view by MBC regarding changes to the inventory wooden crates management technique is appropriate from a financial perspective. All right. So in terms of this question, this was actually it was actually one question that I can say, you guys, you don't really do this part. All right, it's also done in the second year. All right, you guys don't talk about JIT technique at third year. All right, so I can say this question was actually, I can say it was fairly difficult in the sense that you guys don't look at JIT techniques at third year. Though of course UNISA says it's assumed knowledge, but we don't touch on that. But I don't know, for some reason I felt like this year's paper had a lot of prior knowledge, right, that was assumed there. So we need to actually look at it and see what's happening there. So let's quickly go and see what is happening there. You right? From D1 only. You right? So they want to do changes to the inventory. All right. So let's see what is happening there. We go to the to our inventory. Management of the wooden crates inventory. Upon presenting to MBC the group's business case, MBC recommended that instead of the proposed just-in-time JIT inventory management technique, SF bottling should rather consider using the economic order quantity technique. All right. In this regard, the crates purchase price will remain the same. The expected ordering cost are determined at 120 per order, while annual storage and insurance cost are expected to be 75 cents and 150 per crate, respectively. Furthermore, a sufficient inventory of 10 crates should be maintained, while the applicable cost of capital is 11% per annum. The recommendation by MBC is based on a quantitative analysis in this regard. Instead of expected annual holding cost of 6,000 based on the JIT technique, MBC is of the view that the implementation of the economic order quantity will only cost 5,000 per annum for holding and ordering cost. So that is where they are and what they are saying there. So let's quickly see now, right? So that we are able to see what is happening there. Right? So they are saying, right, if we move to economic order quantity, right, our ordering and holding cost, right, they're actually going to be reduced, right? So that is the assumption that they are working. They're saying, okay, if we switch to this method, our annual ordering and holding cost are going to decrease. So let's see if it's true or not. So I want to do the approach in respect to this question now, which is part D. We need to calculate total ordering cost and holding cost under economic order quantity and compare to the JIT total cost. So this is what was expected of us in respect to this part of the question. All right, so that is what was expected of us there. So let's quickly see now what is happening there. All right. So step number one, all right, that we had to do was to calculate the economic order quantity. All right, so we had to calculate the economic order quantity, right? So that we're able to determine the total ordering cost. Why? Because here we are being told, all right, let's look at it here. In this regards, the credits purchase will remain the same. The expected ordering cost are determined at 120 per order. So the only way we determine the total number of orders per year is through the calculation of what? Of the economic order quantity. So that was the first thing that we had to do. All right, so let's quickly see now if we're able to do that calculation. So I can quickly tell you that this question was not really straightforward or easy, right? In as much as it was prior knowledge, it was a little bit advanced as well, right? So we can have inventory management, right? So the first thing now that we need to do is to calculate economic order quantity. Right, what is our formula for economic order quantity? All right, we use the square root of, so economic order quantity, it is the square root of right. Right, so it is the square root of 2 times demand, all right, times ordering cost. All right, so that is what we have there, 2 times demand times ordering cost, and then everything we divide it by them. Well, let me just do this. Everything is divided by, we divide by the holding cost plus, so it's holding cost plus interest times purchase price. Right, so this is what gives us economic order quantity. So our formula for economic order quantity, it looks like square root of 2 times demand times ordering cost divided by holding cost times I multiplied by purchase price. Right, so that is our formula in terms of economic order quantity. Right, so let's look at what is our annual demand, right, in respect to our products there. Right, so our annual demand so we're being told only assume that instead of 960 bottles, SF bottling maximum annual manufacturing capacity is 1,200,000. Why are they telling you this? Remember, in the previous question, right, which was part C, we did realize that SF did not have capacity to supply enough to the external market. All right, if you look at this question and this question, right, remember we said the external market requires 640,000 and the internal market requires 410, which meant now that the external market had to give 90,000 to the internal market. So that is why they're telling you that no, our maximum capacity is not 960, but it is 1,200. So with 1,200 now, it means now they're able to supply 640 for the external market. I'm just giving you the reason why they told you that, and 610 for the internal. So you see that the 1,200 is enough to supply both these guys. Can you see? There'll be an excess of 150 there. So which means the company has enough capacity to supply both the internal. So which means now, all right, to calculate now our annual demand. All right, so annual demand. Remember here, you are being told that the 640, all right, they were actually supplying. All right. Although the expected annual demand for the bottles is 410 as 644 SF winery and external customers. So in terms of this, we need to determine what is the demand for the crates. Remember, they are selling in crates, not in bottles. So we need to calculate the annual demand for crates, right? Our annual demand for crates, we are going to take 614 divided by 8, so that we determine the number of crates. Remember, the company is not selling in bottles, but they are selling in crates. So our annual demand is 80,000 crates. All right, that was the first thing that we had to do. And then economic order quantity. We then move on for economic order quantity. We're going to take the square root now. All right, so in terms of this, we have to move to the square root part. So we had to use the square root of what? 2 times demand, which is 80,000 crates, times ordering cost. So let's quickly see how much is the ordering cost. All right. So here we are being told, all right, in this regard, the crates, I'm sure you guys can already see that they're talking about the crates. They're not talking about bottles, all right? That was the tricky part there, all right? In this regard, the crates purchase price will remain the same. The expected ordering cost are determined at 120 per order. So our ordering cost will be 120. So it will be 2 times 80,000 times 120, all right? And then divided by, so we divide it by what? We need to divide everything by holding cost. How much is our holding cost? You know, so in terms of this, we're being told now, all right, the holding cost is sitting at how much? Well, annual storage and insurance costs are expected at 0.75 and 150. So storage and insurance form part of holding cost. So you have 0.75 plus 1.15. Right? So this is what gives us the holding cost. And then plus what? Our interest rate multiplied by purchase price. Right? So in terms of this, we can see now, let's quickly see what is our interest rate. Right? So in terms of this, we can see now that furthermore, a surfeit inventory of 10 crates should be maintained while the applicable cost of capital is 11%. So in terms of this, you can see now that this is the price that we have. So we now need to look at how much are we buying a crate. All right, it's important that we know that. So we have plus 11% multiplied by the price per crate. All right, so it's important that we know that price. All right, so let's quickly see if there's any pricing per crate there. Just go up there. All right, can you guys see? This crate holds 8 bottles and always be pegged as such for bottles. All right, sells all the crates will be bought from Batokwa crates at a purchase price of 12 rand. So in terms of this, we multiply by the 12 rand. That was the price that we had to use. So this is what was going to give us our economic order quantity. Right, any questions, guys?
No, Leon.
Right. Yeah, so basically that is where we are, right? I'm not sure if I use the formula there, if it will come right, but I'm going to use my calculator. Yes, see there's a question there, you can go on. I in the formula represent cost of capital. Yes, you can use cost of capital. Yes, that's fine. That is still fine. You know, so in terms of this, you can see the cost of capital is 11%. So that is where we are. So this formula, there are two formulas, all right, that we use to calculate economic order quantity. So Drury, all right, so if someone uses the textbook Drury, it does not include this part, all right, whereby you have 11 I times purchase price. Drury does not have that, all right? But if you check your notes, all right, that they give you for Mark 2602, they explained now that Drury actually omitted this part, all right? So if you're using Drury as a textbook, you find that it only has holding cost there. It does not have I times purchase price. But the added formula, right, on the study guide for Mark 2601, it included I times purchase price. All right. So basically take note of that as well. Okay. So let's quickly work it out. How much do you guys get there? All right. So you can do by 2 times 80,000 times 120, all right, divided by 0.75 plus 1.5 plus 11%, 11% multiplied by, just use 0.1 multiplied by 12. All right, so it gives you this, and then you have square root of that answer. All right, so it gives you 2319. Also, in terms of this, you have 2319. Correct. All right, so basically, that is how you could have gone about it. All right. Okay. How much are you guys getting? All right, so I believe everyone got 2319. If there's anyone who struggled there, please let me know so that we can see what is happening there. All right, so these are the crates that we are looking at. You know, so we have these crates now. All right, so now let's look at the next step. Now we have the number of crates. All right, remember our approach. What was our approach with respect to this question? We said we want to calculate the annual ordering cost plus the annual holding cost. You know, that is what we agreed on. You know, so in terms of this, what is economic order quantity? Is the volume of crates we buy per order. So in other words, economic order quantity, we are saying, if we decide to buy, all right, if we decide to buy crates, all right, by how much volume of crates should we be buying in order to take advantage of the economies of scale? All right, what do we mean by economies of scale? We're saying we should be able to benefit from trade discounts, transport cost, storage cost, and so forth. So that is what we mean by economic order quantity. All right, remember, let me give you an example. Do you guys agree with me that a company that buys and sells laptop, they can decide to buy one laptop from the manufacturer and then they put it in their warehouse? You know, they bought one laptop. But do you guys agree with me that this company, and then there's another company that buys 50 laptops from the manufacturer, and then they store it in their warehouse. Now, do you guys agree with me that the company that bought 50 laptops can get advantage of trade discounts? All right, for buying in bulk, they can get a discount for that. They can also save on fuel cost. The company that bought one laptop, that buys in orders of one laptop, they need to go 50 times to the manufacturer, which means they'll be using fuel to travel to the manufacturer and coming back, which is a bit more expensive compared to a company that buys 50 laptops at once. And then in terms of storage, do you guys agree with me that the company that buys one laptop, all right, they might use one security guard, and the company that buys 50 laptops might also use one security guard? Do you see it's more economic to have a security guard guiding 50 laptops compared to a security guard guiding one laptop? You guys see that? That is why we are calling it economic order quantity. You guys also agree with me that there might be another company that buys laptops in maybe 1,000 laptops at once. Now you'll find that maybe 1,000 laptop does not fit in the company transport. So economic order quantity is the maximum benefit or the maximum volume that we can order in order to take advantage of the economies of scale. So there is a certain limit, all right, that we enjoy these economies of scale. And then above that, we might be incurring some extra cost. All right. So if you buy 1,000 laptops, maybe your warehouse accommodates only 50 laptops, which means you now need to rent additional space. All right. So our ideal volume of crates that we need to buy, all right, per order is 2,319 crates. This is what we call economic order quantity. All right. Now, we now have our economic order quantity. Let's look now at number of orders. All right, we need to determine the number of orders per year. Right, number of orders per year. All right, it's important that we determine that. Number of orders per year is equivalent to what? What is our annual demand divided by economic order quantity? Remember, we said these are the number of items we're ordering per order. So here we see our demand is 80,000 crates. So how many times are we ordering crates per year? So it will be 80,000 divided by 2,319. Since we are ordering our laptops in quantities of 2,319. So how many times are we placing orders? You can see we have so we have 34.5. There's no way we can place an order as 34.5. So it will be 35 orders. All right, so round it up to 35 orders. All right, we don't round it down for orders. You don't buy a quarter order or so forth. We place it as 35 orders there. All right, and then, so if we have 35 orders per year, can you see here we are being told how much does it cost per order? All right, we are told the expected ordering costs are determined at 120 per order. So now here we have ordering cost, all right, per annum. They're going to be 35 rand multiplied by 120. I have to be honest, it was not really an easy question, all right? It was a little bit advanced, but this is the total ordering cost. Right, any questions, guys?
Nope. Just shows you need to be prepared for literally everything.
Okay, yes. I'll be honest with you, of all the questions that you wrote on, I think this part is the part that was difficult. All right, part D is the part that was difficult in the sense that for part D, you were required, for those 8 marks, you're required to have an extra mindset. All right, you're required to think outside the box. It's not a common type of question. It was a little bit difficult as well. So don't bite yourself. It so happened that you're not able to do part D. You know, I totally agree and I understand. Even if we had to give it, even to CTA guys, I'm sure some of them would fail to crack that part there. All right. Cool. So now the next thing now that we need to do is the holding cost. All right. So in the entire question or the entire paper, those 8 marks are the ones that I can say they were difficult. All right. So the holding cost, we need to determine, all right, our average stock. All right. So holding cost, it is made up of, let's quickly see those the way guides, that we could have used in respect to these parts. All right. What are they telling us about our holding cost? So can you guys see that in terms of the holding cost, we're being told that the cost is per crate. All right, so the cost is per crate. So it was important, all right, that we understand how many crates, all right, are we keeping as our inventory. Remember, holding cost, we're looking at the cost associated with storage. That is what we mean by holding cost. All right, when we're keeping the stock, remember there is, maybe we're paying rent, we're paying insurance, right? We're paying the security guards and so forth. So those are what we call holding costs. The cost associated with keeping the stock, right? We call that the holding cost. All right. So let's look at it now and see what is happening there. All right. So the first thing that we need to look at is the average inventory. All right. How much stock are we keeping within the business? All right. So in terms of this, the average inventory now, we calculate it by taking economic order quantity, then we add the surfeit stock. All right. So this is what was going to give us the average inventory. So it's economic order quantity, and then of course we divide it by 2. So that's what will give us the average inventory. Right, so in terms of this, we did so 2319 was our economic order quantity. Right, let's see how much is the surfeit stock. Surfeit stock, it just means the stock that you're keeping for other reasons. All right, so in terms of if it so happened that the demand is too high, you will be found with extra stock. All right, so we call that the surfeit stock or the buffer stock. All right. Furthermore, a surfeit inventory of 10 crates should be maintained, or the applicable cost of capital is 11%. So here our surfeit score is 10 rand. All right, so we're going to then divide that by 2. Right, so do then give us 2319 plus 10. 2. So to give us 1165. So crates. So these are the crates that on average we're keeping in our warehouses surfeit stock. All right. So now how much is our total holding cost per year? Right. So the total holding cost, we then take the cost per unit, right? Remember we did calculate 0.75 plus 1.50 plus 11% times 12. All right, this is what will give us holding cost per unit. And then we multiply everything by 1165. So that is what will give us the total holding cost. Any questions, guys?
No, Leon.
Okay. So our total cost now, all right? So it's important that we are able to also do the calculation of our total cost, all right? Total cost. So we have ordering cost. So we did the calculation of ordering cost. It was 4,200 there. And then holding cost. So the holding cost also sitting at 4159. All right. And then the total inventory cost. This total. So we're sitting at 83.59. All right. So that will be our total inventory cost. So let's make a conclusion. Is it beneficial to use the JIT or the economic order quantity? So let's quickly see in terms of the JIT, what is the total cost? All right. All right. So in terms of this, all right, can you see in this regard, instead of expected annual holding and ordering cost of 6,000, all right, based on the JIT technique, MBC is of the view that implementation of economic order technique will only cost 4,500 per annum for holding and ordering costs. Right. So in terms of this, all right, let's quickly look at it. We did the calculation, right? We saw that economic order quantity yield 83.59. So you make a conclusion that the calculation of economic order quantity technique of 4,500 is incorrect. The correct calculation of total ordering and holding cost under economic order quantity will be 8,359. And it is also beneficial for MBC to use the JIT technique as it yield total economic and holding cost of 6,000. I don't know if you guys are still with me there. So we're saying the calculation which they made is not correct. You're right. We should have used the other one. Any questions, guys? Okay. So that is the part. Yes. So of course, we need the lower figure, right? In order for us to maintain the method. Instead of using JIT, remember JIT stands for just in time, right? What is happening with JIT is you're buying enough stock so that you can sell it, all right? So we have different methods, right, that we can use in respect to handling stock, all right? We have JIT, which stands for just in time. So it's just in time. All right, what it means now is you are buying enough stock in accordance with demand. Let's take, for example, the company that sells bread. All right. Now, the company that sells bread, do you guys agree with me that if you want to buy bread, you definitely have to use the JIT system? There's no need to keep to hold stock with respect to bread. Why? Because bread is perishable. It quickly rot. All right. That is why we are saying when you are holding perishables, it's important to use the JIT system, which is just in time. All right. And then, but remember now, in the month of December, all right? In the month of December, the demand for bread could be high. All right? Why? Because people have bonuses. That means the purchasing power is increased. All right. So the guys were not buying bread every day. All right. Now they're buying bread now in December. Also, take note that in December, most people are actually on leave, which means now the eating, all right, the desire or the levels we eat is actually higher in December because people are idle, they're not doing anything. So anytime they can actually eat. But at work, it's controlled. I'm sure we both agree that at workplaces, you have certain times that you can eat. Of course, depending with the company, with some companies, you can have a snack time and so forth. But in most cases, most people they have to be working instead of spending more time eating. So which means now when you're idle, right, of course, the eating habits are high, right? I was reading one of the tweets whereby some guys were complaining that the kids are actually eating a lot because they're on holiday and so forth. So those are some of the factors that if you're in business, instead of using the JIT, you need to understand your market as well. So you can have buffer stock, which is the extra stock that you can keep in months of demand there. But in most cases, you'd rarely have safety inventory, right, or what you call buffer stock when it's perishables. And then when you have what you call the buffer system, right, the buffer system is a method of inventory whereby you are keeping excess inventory in case Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. You were gone for a moment.
Yeah, I
Yes.
saw my wife was down as well, so I was worried to see what's happening, but it looks like it's back now. Right. Cool. Thank you. All right. So basically, that is what's happening with respect to this. So I was saying the buffer system, right, is a method whereby you're keeping excess stock. All right. So you have sufficient stock, but the JIT you buy in accordance to the demand. All right. What your customers want is what you buy. If your customer buy 5 loaves per day, you just buy 5 loaves per day. You supply 5 loaves. All right. That's JIT system. Right. So in terms of this, we saw that it is actually beneficial to maintain the JIT system. Right. Cool, guys. So basically that is that part. And then the next part is without reference to quantitative aspects. What does it mean? Do not look at your calculations. All right. Identify and explain 2 features from the scenario to motivate for JIT as the most appropriate inventory management technique for the wooden crates. So in terms of this, they want to determine why do you think the JIT is the most appropriate inventory technique for the wooden crates. All right, let's quickly look at it to see why we can say the JIT is most ideal. All right. All right. So we can see, all right, in respect to this, we can see there's a part which they mention about the breakages of the bottles. No, where is that part?
It's 3.3 where they say inventory stored in the crates break over time.
Right. So in terms of this, so they're telling us that, yes, thank you. Right. Right. So under here, all right, you can see all the crates we bought from Batokwa crates at a purchase price of 12 rand per crate. SF Bottling has noted numerous complaints from Matoko's existing customers about the fragility of the crates. Now, think of it, guys. If the crates are fragile, do you need to hold a lot of them? No, you need to buy enough, right? Remember, if you buy a lot, they'll break, all right? So in terms of this, you need to buy to use the JIT system, all right? Because these crates, they break, so you can't afford to hold them in your warehouse, all right? You can't keep a lot of these crates because they'll actually break, all right? So in this case, you have to actually buy when you're planning to use them, all right? So that is the next thing. Can you see? It is complained that unused crate inventory stored for an extended period frequently break beyond repair and in large volume. That is also another factor, you know. Also, the crates unused for a long period, right? They frequently break beyond repair and in large volumes. So in this case, that is also a factor that encourages the usage of the JIT system. Questions, guys? Excuse me. Questions, guys?
No, Liam.
All right. Okay. I believe you guys must be tired, right? But I'm going to touch on just a few aspects, right, in respect to question 2. Do you need a break or should you proceed before we touch on those areas? Right, quick break. We can take a 10 minutes break. So it's 11:17. I'll see you guys at 11:30. Right, just a small break. Right, cool. So like as I'm saying, question 2, it was not really at what we expected. All right. Though of course with the guys who used to attend with me, of course, we had done the NPV question. I think during the revision classes, we had done a question similar to what we had. Of course, the only difference was there was a part here which had a foreign type of transaction. That one, I don't know why UNISA brought that up, but well, it's one thing that you don't see every day, right? But we'll look into it just now. Okay, and then so good technique would have been to always stick to your time, all right? We can all agree, all right, that in as much as you guys spend most of your time on the 17 marks, all right, that was there, but we both agree that you did not get all the 17, all right? So possibly an average student, all right, that could have gotten around about 9, 10 there, right, of the 17, because there was a part whereby you had to do some calculation. I know Pelesa did mention that she focused more on the 17. It really looked like it was the easy part, but it was not really the easiest part. The easiest part was actually part C, which was discussion. That was the easiest part. And it had 10 plus 12, that was 22 plus 3 plus 8, which is close to actually above 30, right? Marks which I believed you should have scooped maybe 20 or so from them. But anyways, it happens. But for next time purposes, don't ignore theory. You can actually, so as you're studying, right, as you'll be practicing, also look at theory questions, all right? It also helps a lot, all right? When we do theory questions, it helps a lot in the exam, all right? So don't ignore theory questions, look at them. You can actually find out that it's easy marks. The good part with theory, there is less thinking involved, all right? Theory, you just find your theory, then you apply it to the scenario, then you write it down. Unlike calculations, whereby you have to think through things and so forth. All right, so let's look at, I'm not going to do part A, All right. So part A explain the type of capital investment projects Paper Clothing is planning to embark on, and advise on how best these can be evaluated using the capital budgeting techniques. You know. Okay, we'll just see what we can do. And then B says calculate the net present value in South African rand for each of the two capital investments, applying the information provided in the scenario. So let's quickly go and see what is happening there. Paper Clothing. Paper is a clothing retailer in South Africa with its head office located in Cape Town. It sells low-cost clothes to mass lower to middle income end customers. Paper now owns over 1,000 stores or franchise stores and employs more than 14,000 employees. The company has stores across South Africa with strong presence in Gauteng, the Western Cape, and Limpopo. Paper is the largest single brand retailer of low-cost clothing in South Africa, and its board believes that there are opportunities to take advantage of the rapid economic growth in some other African countries. The latest market research indicates that discount clothing stores offer the greatest opportunities for future growth in Southern Africa. And as a result, the finance director has identified two investment opportunities. Both these investments can be undertaken, but the board has put some financial restrictions on how much can be expended on capital investment over the next few years. Details about the two investments are as follows. Investment one, build a new discount clothing store in the Western Cape, South Africa. The Western Cape offers the smallest number of discount clothing stores as a percentage of the gross domestic product of any province in South Africa. Paper has already opened discussions with the seller of suitable land as well as the local authority. If this acquisition is approved, there will be some financial assistance available to a purchaser, such as Paper. However, a decision is not expected from the local authority for at least 1 month. Paper has paid a non-refundable holding deposit of 50,000 on the freehold land, pending the outcome of its investment appraisal. The seller requires a decision within a month. This investment appraisal will have to be done over indefinite period where a terminal value must be established. Right, so in terms of capital budgeting, all right, I'm not going to look at investment one, we'll look at investment two. The reason being the principles are the same, but for investment two, it has more requirements than investment one. All right, but let's look at the requirements for investment one. How do we deal with capital budgeting project? So in terms of capital budgeting, the first rule that you need to understand is you want to venture into a project. All right, you want to make a decision whether should you take the project or not. All right, that is the first rule. Capital budgeting. Should we take a project or not? Right. That is the rule in respect to capital budgeting. Now, costs already paid for does not affect, right? Does not affect the decision whether to take a project or not, is they have already been paid for. Right, so in this case, we call them sunk cost. What do I mean by this? So you learn now that, let's say for example, all right, you buy a backpack for your brother, sister, or child, all right, for school. So you bought this backpack maybe as a Christmas gift, all right? And then you make a decision. This is January. You make a decision whether you should take your child to a certain school or not. So you're calculating your cost in respect to sending your child to school. Do you guys agree with me that the cost that you have does not include the cost of the backpack? Why? Whether you send the child to school or not, you have already paid for this backpack. That is exactly the same decisions or the same approach that you apply with respect to capital budgeting. Costs already paid for, like for example, right? If you look at paper has paid a non-refundable holding deposit of 50,000 on the freehold land. Do you guys agree with me that whether paper decides to take investment one or not, they have already paid for the 50,000. So it's a sunk cost. But if it had said paper, we have to pay a non-refundable deposit of 50,000, then you know that this is affected by the decision. If you take the offer, you pay the 50,000. If you don't take it, you will not pay. But because now they have already paid, so regardless of whether they make the decision, right, to take the investment or not, it doesn't matter because they've already paid for it. That's why we're calling it a sunk cost. So in capital budgeting, you are looking at future cost. Right. I hope it makes sense. So let's look at, I'm going to do investment 2, right? But I just had to touch a little bit there. I'll give you a memo in respect to that part there. All right. Paper's own branded products are already being bought and sold on by some retailers in Zimbabwe. These products have proven to be very popular, although the suppliers lack the resources to maintain sufficient stock levels and provide a variety of quality goods to customers. Yes, we are doing the NPV question. Remember, it has 2 parts. It had part 1 and it had part 2. So you had to evaluate based on NPV of investment 1 and NPV of investment 2. All right. So the principles, like I said, the principles are the same, except that investment 2, it actually had more information than investment 1. All right. Paper's own branded products are already being bought and sold by some retailers in Zimbabwe. These products have proven to be very popular, although the suppliers lack the resources to maintain sufficient stock levels and provide a variety of quality goods to customers. The Zimbabwean government is keen to attract inward investment, although it generally insists on some involvement in the investment and puts certain restrictions in contract. A suitable site is available for paper to build its store and operate from there for a period of 15 years. Today's cost of using the land over the next 15 years and dispose of the building at the end has already been calculated. See capital cost below. The United States dollar is widely used in Zimbabwe, and all payments in Zimbabwe can be made in United States dollar. Capital cost for both investment, cost of freehold land. So this is for investment 1, it's 36,000 rand. Investment 2, there is nothing. Cost of use of land is $2 million US. Building cost, investment 1, you have 50,000, investment 2 is 3,200,000. Equipment cost here, 14 million there, investment 1 and then investment 2, you have 800,000. Projected profits for both investment. Cash gross profit, investment 1, we have that. Investment 2, year 1, 2, and 3, year 5,000, 5,750, and 6,500. Other information under investment 1, income and expenses are expected to increase by 6% per annum from year 4 onwards. This is approximately the expected rate of inflation in South Africa. Current spot rates are $1 is equivalent to 14 Rand 80. Assume that the risk-free interest rates are currently at 8% in South Africa and 5% in US. These rates are likely to be maintained until the end of year 3. Right. The finance director has concluded that the forecast for interest rate and future inflation in Zimbabwe is unreliable. The director of paper therefore assumed for convenience that in investment 2, the income receivable in year 3 in South Africa, Rand terms will remain constant in nominal terms until year 5. Operating costs are assumed to be 60% of gross profit received each year in both investment. For the purpose of this evaluation, depreciation or capital allowances on land and building, including use of land, must be ignored. Right. Both operations will be located in industrial development zones. This provides for accelerated wear and tear, and allowances and equipment can be written off over 2 years for tax purposes. Refurbishment of buildings and replacement of equipment will be needed within the life of both the investment, but these costs have not as yet been identified and have been excluded from the evaluation. If investment 1 is chosen, in addition to other operating costs, storage cost will amount to 1% of the store's gross profit each year. If investment 2 is chosen, it will result in declining profits generated by South African operation. This 5 million annual loss is expected to remain fixed. If investment 2 is selected, all profits from Zimbabwe will be repatriated to South Africa at the end of each year. The taxable income will be taxed at a rate of 20% in South Africa due to the tax treaty that exists between the two countries. Tax is paid in the same year as the cash flows, including warranty deduction that give rise to the tax liability. Assume all capital costs are incurred in year 1 and all operating cash flows are received or incurred at the end of each year. 12% is considered an appropriate discount rate for investment 1. A premium on this South African rate of 400 basis points is considered appropriate for the investment in Zimbabwe. All right. So in terms of this, all right, this was the question. So for part 2, there was a lot of factors which we had to look at. All right, so let's look at investment 2. Question 2, it was capital budgeting. The ones who want to look at part B. Capital budgeting, all right? I'm not going to waste much of your time, all right? The rules associated with capital budgeting, all right? The first thing that you had to understand now is this project, all right? The Zimbabwean project, it is actually termed in US dollars, all right? It is a project that is quoted in US dollars. It is not quoted in rands. So in terms of this project, investment 2, it was quoted in US dollars and not in rands. Right, so in terms of this, all right, what we then need to do, now is, with respect to this now, we have to convert the transactions using the spot rate. All right, we have to use the spot rate in respect to these transactions. But however, there was no spot rate at year end. All right, there was no spot rate at the end of each year. All right, so in terms of this, we had to calculate. We need to calculate the forward rate. You know, so that is what was required of us, all right, in respect to this question. So it was unfortunate that for some reason, I'm not sure why, but the examiner, it looks like the examiner was a little bit angry with you guys. All right, they brought some principles which were a little bit advanced. Right. So let's look at investment 2. Right. So investment 2, we have cost of land, right, which is 2 million. So capital budgeting project, we start off with the duration of our project. So in terms of this, you can see they gave us a 3-year period. So we have 1, 2, and 3. So year 0, what do we record in year 0? We call it initial investment year. Let's write some notes here. This initial period before the project is running. So that is what we do. So in year 0 now, all costs and revenue generated before running the project, we record in year 0. All right. So that is what is happening in respect to year 0. And then if there was some form of prepayments, all right, if there's any form of prepayment which was made in year 1, we're going to record it in year 0 as well. All right. What is the logic? If our year end is 31 December 2022, do you guys agree with me that in terms of time value of money, R1 received on 31 December 2022 has the same value as R1 received on 1st of January 2023. That is why we're saying the prepayments were recorded in the year before that prepaid period. All right. So let's look at this. We have cost of use of land. Right, so we're sitting with land now. What is the value of the land? The land is valued at 2,000. Right, so we have land is sitting at $2,000. And then they gave us the spot rate. All right, the current spot rate is $1 is equivalent to 14.80 South African rands. So in terms of this, the current spot rate, we had to convert, all right, the $2,000. We convert it by 14.48. So that is what we had to do. So we record it in the first year, right? But since these are costs we have to incur before we run the project, we record it as a negative. Why? Because it's money leaving the business. Right? So these are money leaving the business. So we record it as a negative cash outflows. Right. Let's look at the next part. Right? So we have building cost. Right? So in terms of this, we need to build something there. So building cost is sitting at 3,200. So we have building cost. So we also have 3,200. We also multiply by 14.8. Why are we converting into rands? If you check at the bottom of our statements, right, we're being told that all profits made in Zimbabwe are repatriated to South Africa at the end of the year. So that is why we have to convert everything, right, to rands. Right. So let's do that. So 3,200. Right, gives us that. Right, and then the next thing that we have was equipment cost. Right, so the equipment cost, what was the value of the equipment? The equipment is costing 800,000. So this is the value of the equipment which we're sitting with. So that is the equipment cost. Right, so these are year zero amounts. And then let's look at the next part. The next part is in respect to the gross profit. Right. So in terms of the gross profit, all right, you're going to learn that the gross profit now, we are receiving it at the end of year 1, year 2, year 3. But unfortunately, in the question, they did not give us the exchange rates, all right, in respect to these amounts. All right? So if you look, they only gave us the current exchange rate, all right, which they told us that it was actually sitting at 14.8. It's unfortunate we don't have the exchange rate for year 1, 2, and 3. But all right, let's assume that you don't know what to do in the exam. What do? Remember, you cannot just sit and ignore. All right. I love in the exam, guys, you should be creative. If you don't know something, it does not mean that you just have to end it there. You know, if someone was not aware of the correct exchange rate, you can just assume, right? Or someone would have just taken 14.8 and then you increase it by 8% every year. Then you move on. If I was in your position, if I don't know what to do, I was going to increase it by inflation, right? And then I calculate my gross profit. But anyways, the reason why I'm saying that is because all the coming parts, they were dependent on gross profit. So in order for you to calculate the operating cost, you had to use 60% of gross profit. So you cannot lose that mark because you can't calculate the gross profit. So you have to improvise. Right? I'm sure they gave a mark for multiply with 60%, not for the correct gross profit. They knew students could not come up with the correct gross profit. So they're checking who used 60% of gross profit. Right. So that was good exam technique. But anyways, let's do the right thing to see what is happening. So the spot rate end of year 1, 2, and 3 was not given. So we had to use the forward rate for each year. Right, the forward rate now, right? So year 1, forward rate. Right, so the forward rate for year 1, we take the spot rate. All right, the current spot rate multiplied by 1. Okay, let me open bracket 1 plus, all right, interest rate in reference currency. All right, reference currency country. All right, and then we divide that by 1 plus so divide that by 1 plus interest rate in best currency. Right, so that is the formula that we could have used to calculate our forward rate. All right, so in terms of this, our interest rate is 14.80 multiplied by what? 1 plus interest rate in reference currency country. All right, so in this case, the reference currency country will be South Africa. So let's look at the interest rate in South Africa. All right. So in terms of this, all right, so we can see that assume the risk-free interest rates are currently 8% in South Africa, all right, and 5% in the US. So we take 1 plus 0.05, all right, divided by 1 plus 0.0. Sorry, South Africa is 8%, not 5, 0.05. Right, so this is what was going to give us our forward exchange. Right, so you have 14.8 multiplied by 1 plus 1.08 divided by 1 plus 0.05. Right, so it gives us 29. Oh, so it's 0 here, not 1. This gives us 15.2. Right, so this will be our interest rate. So 15.22. So that will be our interest rate there. All right. And then we do the calculation of gross profit for year 1. All right, our gross profit for year 1, we are going to take. So in terms of this, we're given the gross profit for year 1 is equivalent to 5 million US dollars. You know, so we're going to take 5 million US dollars multiplied by 15.22. Right, so that is the value that we have. So 5 million multiplied by 15.22. So that was what we're supposed to include as our gross profit. So you record gross profit for year 1. So that is how we're going to do the calculation there. Any questions, guys? All right, and then we have year 2. We do the sum forward rate. We also increase it. So our current interest rate will be 15.22. You multiply it by 1 plus the interest rate for the current interest rate for the currency country. In this case, is South Africa, 1.08, and then we add 1 plus 0.05. Right. So that is how we could have done it there. I believe most of you were not familiar with this, but that is fine. All right. Now we have done it. All right. Is it coming next in the next exam? I don't know. All right. But if you meet it, you can meet this type of a question again in your honors or as you further your studies. All right. It's possible you might come across a question like this. If you do, now you know what to do. All right. And then your gross profit. So in terms of this, what is the gross profit for year 2? Right, 57.50. Multiply by 15.7. Right. Right, so it gives us that. So you then record that as your gross profit for this period there. We do the same again in year 3. Your forward rate for year 3, you take your current, which is 15.7. You multiply it by 1 plus 0.08 You also divide it by 1 plus 0.05. Right, so you do the maths again. 15.70 multiplied by 1 plus 0.08 divided by 1 plus 0.05. Right, so it gives us 16.1. So gross profit so a gross profit will be 16.1 multiplied by 6.5. Right. So that is how we're supposed to deal with this part. Okay. Why did you run 15.7? Where's 15.7? Right, you can leave it to 2 decimals, there's no problem. All right. Now so it's 15.65. Right, let's just avoid confusion. Let's leave everything to 2 decimals. Right. All right, so it's 15.65. Okay. Right. All right, so yeah, it's 16.1, still the same. Right. So basically, that is our gross profit. So we'll be sitting with, so these will be the gross profit amounts. All right, so those are the amounts that we could have recorded as our gross profit. So once you get these ones correct, I think everything else would become a little bit easy there. All right. So after the gross profit, what do we have? Let's see. We have operating cost, right? Operating cost assumed to be 60% of gross profit. So you can have operating cost. So here, for this question, you had to show your calculation of operating cost. So in this case, you can just take, you've done a calculation of gross profit there. So below that, you could have included operating cost. All right, so you had to show the examiner that this is what you're doing. Because remember, you did not know how to calculate your rate. So you had to show the examiner that you are taking 60% of your gross profit. So that is the only way that you could have scored a mark there. So the mark was on the 60%. There's no way they could have penalized you twice there. All right. Remember, if you fail to get this rate, that means your gross profit will be incorrect. But operating profit are dependent on the gross profit that you worked. So you had to show the examiner that maybe you name this as your calculation 3, right? You had to show the examiner that your operating cost, you did calculate it on 3. Then when they mark, they'll just come and say, oh, okay. So Isabel did the calculation of operating profit here. And then this is what she got. So she used 60%. That means she was following the instructions which were given there. All right. Any questions, guys?
No, dear.
Okay. So basically all I can say is I know, guys, that we are studying. That much I know, and I respect you guys for that. But at the same time, we need to understand now that the curriculum, right? They have made some changes to our curriculum. So we have to make sure that when we get into the exam, we need to have a good exam technique. That is one thing that I can advise you guys to do. You need a proper exam technique, all right? In as much as the exam could be difficult, but we totally agree that if you were studying, all right, throughout the year, the capital budgeting principles, you knew them, but you got stuck. Where? Because now most of the questions that you've done, they're speaking about foreign currency, excuse me. All right. I think they did examine this in one of the old questions. I think it was around 2017 when it was still Mark 3702. All right. But if it so happened that some of you did come across the PEC, all right, one of the PECs of the memos for 3702 2017, I'm sure you could have cracked this one, all right? You played along. But that's one thing that I can tell you, that remember you have 5 modules, all right? To those guys who are doing all modules, you have 5 modules. It is actually difficult, all right, for someone to go as back as 2017 questions. Remember, you have 2021, 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017, and all those years as like for semester modules, they have like 2 papers. So it's quite close to impossible that some of you could have gone that back. But anyways, they did examine these principles back in the days. And so what I encourage you guys to do is you will be studying, do not cram this paper. It's unlikely that they will examine the same principles, all right? But it will help you to improve your exam technique. What I encourage you guys to do as many questions as possible, but do it wisely. You take one question on ratio, you answer a question on ratio. If you get everything correct, take another one, different required on ratio. If you get everything correct, that means you have mastered the ratio. You move on to the next. Standard costing, you do a question on standard costing, all right? Those yield, mix and yield variances. If you get it right, you do maybe the source variances. When the other variances, if you get them right, that means you know your variances. You move on. You move to transfer pricing. You move to absorption costing. You move to cost of capital, those work, all right? You do those things. That is the best approach that I can advise you. Don't cram your topics or don't spot the topics to say, oh, transfer pricing was examined in the final, so I'm not doing it. That's a mistake. Remember, I showed you a question for 13 marks. The first question, it was in one of your tests. So if someone had said, the question which has been examined on the test, so I'm not going to do it. But boom, here it comes in the exam. Right. Cool, guys. So we're done with that part. So your operating cost, you're just going to take 60% of these amounts. Gives you that. So you have 60% of your cost there. Let's move on to the next part. All right. And then the next part now, we are being told now that investment 2 is chosen. It will result in a decline in profits generated by the South African operations. This 5 million annual loss is expected to remain fixed. So you have decline in profits. All right. So we're expecting a decline of 5 million. It's given, right? Imagine somebody did give up because of the exchange rate. You're not going to get this easy mark. Right? So keep going. Right? Keep going. There will always be some easy marks that they can give you. If the calculation of the exchange rate had maybe 3 or 4 marks, yes, you're going to lose that. But it does not mean that was the end of the world. there were still some marks which you could have accumulated as well. All right. So decline in profits. All right, let's see what else is there. All right. And then we have tax. All right, so we told the tax is at 20%. All right, but the South African Revenue Authorities, so our tax is at that. All right, so now let's move on to the calculation of profit. So what I normally do, so I do cash flows before income tax. You net off your balances before income tax. All right. So you do your calculations there. All right, so these are the balances you have before your income tax. And then you do your working of the income tax now. Remember, these amounts are all taxed. So you can start off with cash flows before income tax. All right, so tax starts on so in this case, we now have 1, 2, and 3. All right. So in terms of this, that is where we have. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we have cash. Oh, sorry, this was supposed to be at the top there. All right, so the cash flows, we can just pull them from these calculations. So you start off with year 1, 2, and 3. So these are the cash flows instead of repeating them there. All right, and then after that, you can have your wear and tear allowances. All right, let's quickly see now in terms of the wear and tear. So we are being told in terms of wear and tear, all right, there's a part where they told us about the wear and tear allowances. Right. For the purpose of this evaluation, depreciation or capital allowance on land and building, including use of land, must be ignored. So we don't have wear and tear on land and building. Both operations will be located in industrial developed zones. All right. And then what are they saying? And then they're telling us now that this provides for accelerated wear and tear allowance, and the equipment can be written off over 2 years. So in terms of this now, you're going to have wear and tear allowance on equipment over 2 years. So let's look at what is the value of the equipment. So in terms of this, equipment is valued at 11,480. So you have wear and tear allowance. All right, 11,840. All right, over 2 years. So you divide it by 2. So you're going to have wear and tear allowance. It's 11,840. Oh, still correct. 11. So it's a negative, of course. Wear and tear allowance, we use them to reduce our tax. So it's 11,840 divided by 2. So it gives us this amount. Gives us this balance. So this will be our wear and tear allowance for both years. All right. So year 3, there is 0 there. We are claiming over 2 years. And then it gives us taxable income. So in terms of this will be our taxable income. All right. And then we have income tax at 20%. So always show that you know your tax rate. Show the examiner your tax rate. So it's at 20%. So you multiply this amount by 20%. So that's how you do your calculations there. questions, guys. And then you slot it in income tax. Income tax is starting in year 1. So you have your income tax, which is sitting on that balance. Because it will be negative, so reducing your amounts there. So you do a calculation of taxation like that. Any questions, guys?
No again.
Others? No questions. All right. So if there are no questions, that is fine. All right. So we need to we now need to move on, you know, so that we're able to see what is happening next there. All right. So in terms of our cash flows, we are done there. All right. So let's see what is happening after year 3. Okay. All right. So in terms of the next part, we're now being told now that the finance director has concluded that the forecast for interest rate and future inflation in Zimbabwe is unreliable. The director of paper therefore assumed for convenience that in investment to the income receivable in year 3 in South African rand terms will remain constant in nominal terms until year 15. What does it mean? It now means now that we're going to be making a constant cash flow until year 15. So we want to determine what is the value of this amount. All right. So in terms of this, we need to determine what is the cash flow, all right, that we have in respect to year 4. All right. So the best way that we could have do that is to calculate the present value. All right, we call it a terminal cash flows. These are cash flows we're going to receive. All right. So terminal cash flows now. Are received after the duration of project. Right. So in terms of this, remember now our project we're expecting to run it for 3 years. They gave us cash flows for 3 years. But here we're being told we're still going to be making money, right? Up until year 15. So how do we know now the value of that money until end of year 15? So we record, so in terms of this, we're going to receive a constant amount. Right? So we record that as our PMT. You know, so the PMT, which is the cash flow for year 3. Right? We're going to constantly receive this amount. No, we haven't done the calculation. Let's just do the calculation there. Cash flows after tax. Right, so this is the cash flow now that we are saying we're constantly going to be receiving. So this amount, that is the amount that we are saying we're going to be receiving until 2015. So what do? We record that as our PMT. So this is the amount we are receiving there until year 15. So N will be from when? From year 4 until 2015. So we have 3 years which has lapsed. So N will be 15 minus 3. All right. Remember, we have year 1, 2, and 3. that they've lapped. So N will be 12. And then I, what is our interest rate? So in terms of the interest rate, they told us in the question that our interest rate is 12%, all right, for investment one. And then a premium on this South African rate of 400 basis point is considered appropriate for the investment in Zimbabwe. So in terms of this, the interest rate for the investment in Zimbabwe, it will be 12 plus 400 basis points. All right, so in terms of this, 400 basis points to give us how much percentage, right? I think that will be 0.4, right? So we have times 0.4. All right, and then we have 12.4%. Right, and then we compute present value, right, of this amount. So that is what we have as our terminal value. All right, so present value rate is 12.4%. And then we have N, we said is 12. And then PMT, we said is 26,539,200. Right, and then future value, we said it's 0. Then there is nothing there. Right, so it's 161. So we can record this as our terminal cash flow. So we record it in this period. Just to be positive. So this is the money that we're expecting to receive here. All right, so we have net cash flows. After terminal value. Right, so in terms of this, the net cash flows, will be sitting at these balances. I don't know if you guys can see that in as much as we want to convince ourselves that this question was easy, but it had a lot of things involved in it. All right, so these will be our cash flows, and then we discount these cash flows. So our discounting rate or the interest rate, we're going to have 12.4%. And then you calculate your net present value. Then you compare it to the net present value for investment one. Right. Are you guys still with me there? Yes, no. Okay, cool. Where did I lose you guys? All right. The discount rate, I understand that NPV is simple. The NPV formula is in Excel. The discount rate, you mean them 12.4. So 400 basis points divided by 100, it gives us how much? Let's just quickly do it. 400 divided by 100, it actually gives us 4, not 0.04. All right. Right, just wait. I think it's supposed to be 16, not 12.4. So we take 16%, not 0.04, because 400. So to convert basis points to percentage, we divide by 100. All right, so let's just quickly see. So here's going to be 16 is 12 plus 4, not 0. Let me just correct that. All right, so it gives us this. All right, so the question now is, so the question is, how do you determine when determine the XX you have as the NPV. So the question is, how do you calculate the XX? You know, so in this case, so on your financial calculator, right? But though, of course, I don't encourage you guys to do this calculation. I just encourage you to slaughter in an amount. Why? What are the chances that you get this amount correct? Right? And also take note that this will be a consequential or principal mark. So everyone will get this mark. Right. But anyways, what we need to do is on your financial calculator, you take cash flow 0. Right. This will be the amount that you record as a cash flow 0. And then cash flow 1. Right. So cash flow 1, you have this amount. Right. And then cash flow 2 on your financial calculator, you have this amount. All right. Then cash flow 3 on your financial calculator, you have this. All right. And then you punch in your interest, which is your I. You said your I is 12%. And then you compute NPV on your financial calculator. All right. Right. So basically, that is how we're supposed to deal with that part. Any questions, guys, before we close them?
No, the end from my side.
All right. Others? All right. So basically, this is what was expected of us. All right. So we'll give you another class, of course, before the exam. All right. For now, what I encourage you guys to do now, all right, I encourage you to actually practice the questions. All right. Look at the test 1, test 2, test 3. All right. That will be your starting point. You look at those, and then after that, you now identify where you made a mistake in the final exam. One thing I tell you for sure is the exam that you write, it will not be the same as the October exam, but take the October exam as a learning curve. Where did you make a mistake? As you can see, like as I was explaining to you, you guys have been studying throughout the year, right? And there are ways that you could have actually generated marks. There were easy parts which you could have generated marks. Of course, there were some parts which were a little bit difficult, all right? But at the same time, there were also easy parts. So you had to make sure that you continuously keep going. You don't give up. MSc is about not giving up, all right? So please, guys, it's doable. Let's think through, let's apply our mind. No snaking when you're working at a question for MSc. You don't need snacks, all right? You don't need comfort when you're working on an MSc paper. Lock yourself in the room when you decide to say, I want to practice a question. Why am I saying this? The same way in the exam, you're going to lock yourself. It's the same way you should do when you're practicing questions. You need all the concentration, right? But otherwise, I trust in you guys. You guys, Karabo is laughing, but you guys you were this close to actually making it. So give it your best shot now. Yeah, you should be able to do right. Give it the best shot, guys, who come right. Okay, if you have any questions, feel free to ask, even after the class, there's no problem. I believe everyone has my numbers there. You can always contact me and then you can ask there. You can post on the group or you can send me a direct message. You can ask your peers, there's no problem, right? As long as you get things right, that's what we need, right? Okay, thanks guys for attending. I know it's difficult times with the load shedding, but good luck and happy studying.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Leon.
Oh, cheers.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys.